Okay. Welcome. Um, so today I thought I'd go for the very, very unusual uh, face view video today because this is more of a personal interaction with what we're dealing with. We're going to be talking about the testimonies from our Arizonan comrades. I mean, some of them are, most of them, sorry, should be about the incident in 2019 where there was the shooting at the synagogue that took out many of our brothers and sisters. But I do believe there are a few that are from other situations. I'm not too sure. See how it goes. Very prepared. We begin with Net Zion. Um, I originally wrote this is in quoting, on the day of May 30th, 2019. I hand wrote it and then scribed it onto a computer. The date of May 27th, 2019. Sometime shortly after 9 a.m. I tried to use my emails after morning prayer and it does not work. I waited outside to be picked up by Hannah. I was outside texting Dr. Weisfeld on and off. We were texting about some details concerning how he was not able to download part 3 of the Bundist political awareness what's it pamphlet. Um, we get to the office headquarters at this point. I kept attempting to stay on top of that matter and text Dr. Weisfeld at the same time. Hannah picks me up and we talk a bit. I still text on and off. Then we arrive at the office, and when we get there, Donna is yelling at her computer. I tried using my emails, but it was not working still. Not even my office computer, which had suffered damage. My office computer was repaired from that damage. Donna is just realizing the damage of her computer. At 11 a.m., Hannah Toth, Marvin Eliyahu, uh, Uriah Dyer, and Isaiah Pikamatstein and Miriam Emmersberg each write for the blog. They did their collaboration together on the blog before making entries. Side note, we had been receiving many death threats this year. Me and Yuri had also been kidnapped this year and then rescued by Hannah. Donna has been harassed in public quite a few times this year. She had a brick thrown through the window of the office headquarters rather recently. Marvin and Yuri's apartment had been attacked by gunshots fired at their apartment recently. 5 thugs who could be traced to both the brick throwing at Donna's office and headquarters and the gunning at Marvin and Yuri's apartment. Marvin spent a night in jail for being the victim of a car accident. Last year, I had a few attempts on my life made. Also last year, Donna Newman had been hospitalized. Back to the blog. First, Hannah writes her entry, then Marvin, then Yuri, then Miriam, and then Isaiah. They were rushing and arguing about typos and saying they had to get to the wedding. Miriam was not finished when Omar Hafez drove up. Omar waited very patiently. We smoked cigars together. I was having them for this occasion. Miriam takes with Hannah in her car. Marvin, Yuri, and Isaiah take off with Omar in his car around 12 p.m. time, midday. Then me and Donna Newman did a collaboration for the blog. We tried to fix several typos that we go through as we rush. Then Donna Newman makes her entry to her blog. Then I make mine. We tried communicating with Dr. Weisfeld through email. Donna was having computer troubles. I was trying to understand why Dr. Weisfeld was having issues with getting part 3 of the Bundespolitical Awareness. We had to get going as it was at the point of 12:40 p.m. and the opening started at 12:30. And then we got into Donna's car. We arrived very close to 1 p.m. The rest of this, I I handwrote the next following day of May 31, 2019, but I would not scribe it until June the 3rd. I have had to take on many things at once, much of it due to this incident. She drives up close to up a vacant Applebee's, and much of the parking lot is off limits due to a police flying parameter. Two cops come up to us. One of them tells Donna that she is, quote, is not welcome here, end quote. I saw one black van and two white vans, and I saw dead friends who were being carried out and thrown into the vans. The black van they put 5 kids in. One of the white vans they threw 11 women into. The other white van they put 10 men into. I knew some of these dead men and women. Some of them were my comrades. These are those I recognize that are also members of the synagogue. Isaiah P. Kamatstein, Malachi Richard Byrnes, David Clams, Yenny, I don't know her last name. Genny was a Jewish trans struggling with homelessness. Miriam Emmersberg, Yuri Adaya, Hannah Toff, and Marvin Eliahu were not members of the synagogue, but they were there. I saw them covered in blood. I saw Omar Hafez, who was not a member of the synagogue but was married to Isaiah Pikmatstein, the rabbi in charge of the synagogue. Genny, they threw into one of the cars that they were towing. I think this is because Genny was a trans woman. They seemed to treat her body with contempt. Throughout this incident, I hear, quote, and this is a slur, so I do apologize, quote, faggot, end quote, a word that usually comes with a head getting bashed open. So I am angry and I don't know why, but I charged at the cop who is smiling at as this word of intense violence is used. They had tow trucks around, 6 or maybe 7 of them. All items of the synagogue were thrown in with the kids and dropped. They dropped the kids a few times. They tossed and caught them making sport. I have never trusted cops, but in my head, I kept asking myself if cops can be this organized in inhumane behavior. I am having such a hard time watching this. I do not like it. I can recall seeing 12 cops, but not at first. I saw many of them come from the back, and Donna had turned to me and pointed. It was the copper door handle. Isaiah hated the back door. The cops tells me to go or I will be arrested as he pushes me. Though the archway, several construction men come and go. Donna parked her car near the Red Roof Inn near the plaza. I agreed to go sneak back and forth until I was sure that there were no more cops or construction guys around. When the place looked clear, we went back and we came through the back arch. I took 2 photos. One of them has Jared88's classic calling card tag. We got to the back and a brand new door handle was there. I videotaped this and one of the cops tries to grab me, and as I fall, Donna with her tiny little hand catches me at the chest area and I managed not to fall so hard. Um, I said, quote, oh, wait, what? It's so hard. I said, hey, my video was off. Then he told me and Donna to leave or be arrested. Donna drives me back to her office. I take all the discs to my trust and put them in my safe pocket without my backpack and walk, although she advises against that course of action. Some extra details that I originally wrote I have decided to remove because it holds no relevance. Extra details that I recalled, details I did not include, additional details provided on June the 4th, 2019. Quote, I remember seeing a big Torah scroll thrown into one of the vans. Several Jewish ritual items were thrown into the vans, each uh, coming from the black coming from the back. The cops carried several chairs and bookshelves. It is much harder to remember the details of the items because what I could not stop focusing on was the dead bodies. I saw a menorah too, a big one. The construction workers were both on ground and on roof. The other thing that my held attention was fixated on was the behavior of these policemen. There was nothing civil about the way that they acted. I remember how one of the cops held one of the books and it seemed to have contempt for what he saw. So he then just tossed it in one of the bodies, on top of one of the bodies. When we got back to the back of the synagogue, the weed in the front of the back door was sort of bent. It was still there. The effort made to have it so that the synagogue was unrecognizable is quite astonishing. I cannot be sure of the time, but it had to have been before or after 5 p.m. That's what, from the shooting, 5 hours, less than that, 4.5, 4 hours. And the thing to take in with this is on the ground experience of what we saw in Nazi Germany during the fucking preemptive of World War II and during World War II itself. That there's been this shootout of Jewish people, and they've gone and taken the synagogue and they've demolished it of its symbols, its ritualistic items, and all the other stuff like that. They have stripped it. This is Arizona as it functions, as it flows. This is what these people are having to deal with. And Midnight Productions is a sex trafficking ring that are also a Nazi organization, and their symbol to be cropping up in this situation is a what's it? It's a very, 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 very fucking big stinger to what the fuck's going on here. That's the same as seeing swastikas where you've just had a fucking massacre. That's going to hit like a brick, especially for those in this organization who have been trafficked or captured or anything like that by this organization, which many of them have. Actually, many of the people that they are helping are people who have escaped from Midnight Productions and other organizations like that that are actually associated with Midnight Productions. So, this is one. We have many to go through here, folk. This is just a tiny dip into the massive pool of shit we've got to deal with now. It's horrific what these people are going through. And the fact that it's been so hard for us to try and get bigger organizations to talk about this shit has been depressing. There was no luck even trying to get in contact with Jimmy Dore, which didn't surprise me. Fucking comedians aren't fucking short of the celebrity behavior of being fucking a nightmare to contact. But then we tried to contact Fred Hampton leftists, and then they pretended they were interested, and then just turned around and fucking blanked us, the pathetic fuckheads. So, trying to get this out has been a pain in the ass. So I just fucking like fuck it. I know I haven't got many subscribers, so the saturation isn't going to be very good, but hopefully that'll change over time. But I'll get it out there at least, because it's better than us just squambling about trying to fucking get someone to cover it when no one wants to fucking cover it because they're all fucking cowards. None of them even live in Arizona. They're fucking safe. Like they got no fucking problem. I fucking live in the UK. I'm even safer. But you know what I mean? Like they have these platforms. They'd rather talk about AOC's dress. Affidavit filed per anonymous by Dr. Abraham Weisfeld, PhD. Massacre of wedding event on May 27th, 2019 at the Cosmopolitan Jewish Reconstructionalist Community of Phoenix, Arizona. Location is within, yeah, I'm not going to completely specify because, what's it? Giving out specific locations seems a bit booky to me. It's actually an early hour stream, but sure. Happens to be 6 a.m. Anonymous source. Traduction in français s'ouvre. Using Arabic translation, really? Oh, it's in French, it's in Arabic. This is fucking amazing. Wow. Well, not the French part, but anonymous source. There was a black van that was out of place, then two white vans. It did not look right. Of each white van came 12 cops. I counted them. They were all men. I watched in confusion when it looked as though when it looked as though people were running out. I did not expect to be staking out cops. People came out of the building and they start to laugh at the instinct as these cops came out and they told everyone to back off. No one challenged it. Jared 88 came out of the black van. The incident is odd and is hard to make scene of. Several people in the synagogue are trying to rush out as the cops make themselves a barricade to keep them from getting out. Jared 88 walks in as the cops let him in like he is some type of royalty of the land. He has two very long guns. The cops cover all ends of the window with black blankets. I could not see anything at that point, but then shortly after, they carry out bodies. At this time, I think I am filming on my phone, but it is not so. My phone is dead. I stayed hidden around the buildings from across the complex. This is the perfect place to do that. Um, kind of stunned. Sadly, this is the perfect place for the crime that happened to take place. So many of those buildings are no longer occupied. Most of the buildings that used to thrive are no longer lively. They start taking out all of the bodies and just throwing them into the white van. They drop many of the people they gathered. Someone walked by seeing all of it and said those, quote, faggots are dead, end quote. Some, it got blurry. Some of it got blurry because I threw up behind the vacant restaurant that I was hiding behind. I resume watching this and they continue to put all the clearly dead people in the black vans and not in a rather careless way, but the people in the black vans, and not in a rather careless way. The cops close off. I think I'm supposed to say, and in a rather careless way. There's a lot of typos, so. The cops close off much of the parking, and 7 tow trucks come and start taking cars away. Then I look back and I see a blue car pull up. Out comes Net and Donna. They are immediately approached and told them to go away. They are not welcome. Net and Donna ignore them, and then they are warned not to make a fuss because no one is going to believe any of this. There is an archway connecting the 2 buildings. 4 cops go through the archway at the synagogue. The synagogue is at the east end, touching the arch that connects it to the other building. They got they get a crime scene tape. The construction guys start to carry out chairs, tables, and Torah scrolls and books. All treated with disrespect. This is hold on top of bodies. Jared 88 goes through the arch. I don't see him for a bit, and then he comes out the archway. Several of the construction guys work on the roof too. If I recall more, I will let you know. What I remember most is some people coming out of the restaurant that is near the other end of the same building, and being warned by cops to go back inside. No one has to do no one has to do that. It is our right to watch the police, but rather not get involved. But people would rather not get involved. I saw an exact the people who came into the synagogue before the vans came, and those people who left no longer alive. Then construction starts on the building, and this goes on for 4 hours. The police, yeah, like I said, it's about 4 hours. The police and construction people mostly leave, but 4 cops remain, and 5 of 15 construction workers stay. I saw a video camera that a cop was holding. It was dropped, I would say, by mistake. I stayed until 9:30 p.m. I planned to take the video camera, but as I walked up, there was a kid on a skateboard who swooped it up. 5 kids, 3 of them girls, 2 of them boys, 22 of adults, 9 of them men, 11 of them women, and 1 of them I am unsure of the sex. I guess that's their very insensitive way of talking of the trans person, the trans individual. Um, these that came in for the event all came out dead. I don't think anyone will believe any of this, which is one of the really unfortunate sides of the situation. I know it happened. We saw it, for fuck's sake. But I will say that I just don't think anyone wants to believe it. I absolutely agree with them. I mean, this is one of the biggest problems with first world society is their incapacity to want to see the truth, to want to see what's really going on in this world, to see what's going on in the lumpen, the lower class, where capitalist realism doesn't exist. Step into the real world, because this is what it is. This is what the lumpen people have to go to as they're struggling on the streets. Being lumpen and Jewish is a fucking death sentence in America. It's just as bad as being fucking lumpen and black or lumpen and native. You are fucking seen as inhuman scum. I mean, think about it as well. Think about how being lumpen is enough to be seen as in a inhuman and dehumanizable fashion. Like that's enough for them. That's the caveat. They're already going to treat you like, well, you're not good enough to be one of us. But then it steps forward when you start putting race into the picture. Especially with America. America's culture is so heavily entwined upon race. It's ridiculous. Nazi zoner. Even people in Arizona don't know about Arizona. I am doing all I can but I have been ridiculed and mocked every time I try and get the word out to any group. Same as the last time something like this happened in Arizona. I'm able to affirm that this testimony. Oh, this is Dr. Weisfeld's confirmation. I am able to affirm that this testimony came to me by Facebook Messenger, May 30th, 2019, at 4:14 Palestine time. And given there's no designation, and Canada is typically like Britain and uses 24-hour time, I imagine that is 4 in the morning for those who are Americans and don't know 24-hour time. Um, and what's it? There's a nice little thing at the end of this to be shown. It mentioned a symbol from Jared 88. That is the symbol of Jared 88. The symbol at the bottom right, what's it? There was something it said on here about this. Note that the code 88, that the 88 code is code for HH Heil Hitler. 1 second. I don't know how to decipher fucking codal language, so yeah. Anyone who's a fucking any good with your code, see if that says HH. I see the SS. I see the SS in it. It doesn't need to say HH anyway. I see a big fat SS. Regardless, this is the tag of the fascist who's leading Midnight Productions. He sounds like a fucking gamer, but he's a fucking he's a absolute monster. He is a motherfucker. He is the guy who is behind these murder porn videos where trans people are being brutally murdered in all sorts of fucking disgusting manners. This motherfucker. Okay. I don't think we need to read the traduction en français, however. Testimony of the member who left the cosmopolitan Reconstructionist community of Phoenix, Arizona. My name needs to not be used. I am very close to this. Fair enough. I've tried my best to avoid using that. Actually, the only full names I've actually displayed is the names of people who have died, and Donna Newman, but Donna Newman has always been very public with her name. I used one of Net's sub names for an alias on him, because I didn't want to just drop his name out there. Even though I think he doesn't have a problem with it, I just what's it? That motherfucker's got enough danger on his plate. You don't need any more. I knew the 15 members of Uzziah's synagogue. I used to be a member and I later became Orthodox. But I do support Uzziah's mission to helping the homeless Jews to earn Torah and make the world better. I even support his radical left-wing views on armed struggle. I share his anti-Zionist views as well, including his Bundist views. Furthermore, he taught that only Orthodox conversion to Judaism was valid. So this, as well as other reasons, is why so many Reconstructionist rabbis hated him greatly. That is why this happened, right? The left is going back to armed struggle and recuperating real Marxist and anarchist views in religious ways. Those other members There is one more member now, but I did not know this person and I don't know who this member was now. But these 15 I knew. I am not among them. Isaiah Kamatstein, the rabbi, Susanna Fredericks and her daughter Michelle, Sarah Boer and her two sons, Michael and Gabriel. Given that it's a Jewish name, I think it's supposed to be pronounced Mikhail, but don't quote me on that. Um, Rachel Davis and her two daughters, Sophie and Anna. These were all single Jewish mothers who had been reformed from prostitution. Their fathers had never been known from what I can recall. It's unfortunate shit. Malaki Byrnes, I think it's Byrnes. It's WERNS, I think. Amy Park. Jenny, not fully transitioned as I recall. Her identification would have been grey. Um, Viserman, Randall Gold, Mika Luz, and Gordon Fluss. Or Gordon, not Gordon. Technically two different names. I am going to leave Arizona. They will most likely find me, even though I am no longer a member. America has gone fascist, and Arizona is the testing ground. Oh, I wonder if I know who's written. I might know who's written this. I ain't telling you because don't want you to know, but I think I might know who's written this. Figured it out. The cosmopolitan reconstructionalist community. Fucking fly. Fuck off, you bastard. Fuck off. Bastard. Buggering flies. Should comment a second. People in the US who hear things. Fucking flies back. Piss off, you cunt. Yes, the man behind the post. People who in the US hear these things must be like in denial because these things only happen in what they consider a dictatorship, using this as an excuse to close their eyes to these things. Yes, I mean it's not so much about what they're expecting it to be, it's about what they want society to be and the comforts they get in society that allow them to perceive society that way. It comes into cognitive dissonance and how capitalist realism really fuels the way these interactions occur or lack thereof because people tend to disengage from anything struggle regard because they can live their life as jubilously and flamboyant and lovely as they want. They've got the free reign to ignore this shit, so they ignore it. The cognitive dissonance is a real big problem with our psyche, and it comes from what's it the privilege and the capitalist realism that exists in society that allows the cultural hegemony of the labor aristocracy and the bourgeois establishment to be predominant. Um, the cosmopolitan reconstructionist community of Phoenix, Arizona was a place that rescued Jews from the gutter. I was hard into drugs before I was a member. I will never forget that it was Rabbi Kamatstein who first treated me like a human. I hope these police are seen for the fascists that they are. I hope there will be. I don't think there'll be anything but ridicule on this subject. I am, if I am wrong, then I hope that this will lead to the removal of police all over the world. Absolutely. Annex to the affidavits of Net Comrade Net May 27th, 2019, and a former member speaks out. Massacre of the wedding event at the wedding event of Isaiah Pikmatstein and Omar Hafez on May 27th, 2019, at the Cosmopolitan Reconstructionist Community um, of Phoenix, Arizona, which I'm not going to give the specific locale absolutely specifically because I don't think that would be the best idea. Actually, will it be an issue? I guess the people who are already hunting them know the region that they're within. Or its location is within the Bill Canyon Pavilions. I'm not going to give the specific address, but you know the locale now, I guess. Because synagogue no longer exists, and I guess it'll allow people who have witnessed this to put two and two together. Because a lot of people, they're saying a lot of people saw it, but just went back into the restaurant because the police told them to. You know, I ain't gotta stop them from watching. I'll watch from the windows. So I don't know. Hopefully this gets through to Americans because this is the main demographic it needs to get through. Ain't anything but we English people can really do other than make noise. We do a lot of that, but you know, it needs to be the American community that really opens up on this situation. But anyway, the large gun carrier who left his tag on the nearby wall is Jared 88. The 88 is a code that stands for the eighth letter. Ah, that's how it's a. Okay. You see, I was like, if anyone could figure out the code, and I go on to the next thing. Okay, what? I'll get this specific section up on screen. Oh, 1 second. Having some technical difficulties. So we start off with this image. Hello, Dr. Novia. You have come to join our humble abode. The worst thing about these things is that soon, like my S's went absolute shit. Then they'll soon have that soon they'll happen everywhere, and people at middle class will see it as normal. It happened in a dictatorship here, and it was horrible. Already is starting to happen everywhere. I mean, this is a constant. I mean, look at fucking black crime. If anyone was crying the whole, but all lives matter, it was the fucking middle class. Lumpen people didn't fucking go around doing the all lives matter bollocks. We know the fucking situation that fucking our African American and Native brothers and sisters are in. We know that they're fucking, what's it? In society, their lives are deemed lesser than ours. So we have to fucking accept the fact that they need a stronger movement, and it does cause people to get inward on their identities and feel fucking left out. But that's why you've got to expand the discourse on the situation, not just cry But all lives matter. And this is what it'll be when it starts coming to fucking Jews being massacred all over the place and fucking Irish people being fucking trashed about the fucking place. They'll make the same excuses as they have for all these other issues because that is the way that they roll their dice. The middle class can never be trusted. They will always stab you in the back. Exactly, exactly. As soon as it becomes the tiniest bit too spicy, they'll have you. Reminds me of like white people watching football. On this other street, there was people getting tortured. Battle of the Algiers. No, every communist should watch Battle of the Algiers. Very, very important film. That gets into this. Um, I'll talk about the scene. So there's this scene where there's two bombs that have been set by the freedom fighters, and one of them goes off and annihilates this entire fucking area, sort of this building area across the street from where this party is going on, which is funny enough where the other bomb is. And so it blows up. These French people that are in the colonizers, the settlers, they go to the window, they see a building has been blown up, go, oh, the building's been blown up, and then just go back to partying. They don't give a shit. That is one of the most powerful little messages about how settlers just don't care. They don't care about the people around them. It's all about their indulgence on the land that they feel they are entitled to. They don't give a flying fuck about anyone else. And when that second bomb went off, I felt not a shred of mercy for them. Heartless human beings. Heartless. Just because there may be some exceptions of people that hate their own class and would gladly put down their own lives in the line of struggle. People like Che Guevara are 1 in 1,000,000. Yeah, Che Guevara is 1 in 1,000,000. Like I always say with class traitors, they're typically dodgy at best. You might get some who have had a mixed background or a third world background that gives them a greater lease on stuff. I mean, Che Guevara is a good example of someone who has that third world background and experience to draw upon. But most of the time, the aristocracy is stuck in a weird position where can't get they can't get radically minded enough because they don't have the cultural basis there for radicality. So they end up being dodgy at best. They're so easily tempted to running away and stabbing the revolution in the back. It's more like a jerk motion of their class needs, and we are naturally affinited towards our class interests. It's why class has been so captivating for what has it been like 20,000 years now? Probably longer than that because what's it? Tribal socialism in the early days of humanity likely had these things going too. But anyway, let's get so let's share this. So here's the symbol again with the 88. And just for clarification, on screen in writing, this is what it means. So the 88 is a code that stands for the eighth letter H, so HH, which is to say Heil Hitler. The style of lettering in the number shows an SS symbol for the Nazi Stormtruppen. Well, actually, it was the Stoßstreife, so it wasn't exactly. They did have stormtroopers, but the SS was a weird organization. Um, the style of the letter, the J is stylized in the manner of a Nazi swastika. So that's why it's drawn wrong. He could have just could have actually made it look more like a swastika. This guy is a bit special. I don't know what that A is supposed to be like. Is this supposed to be mimicking symbols of some kind? Is this going to be the fetish that they have for the what's it, the Nord types? What people say, you cannot deny that the middle class will say and do nothing because their neighbors are being murdered. They are the most self-serving members of the population. Literally, as my mate Pryor said, fucking in Argentina, pretty much everyone knew what was happening. They didn't give a shit. They just turned and looked away. Um, as far as they were concerned, so long as you look busy and look fucking non-threatening, at least you ain't the one getting killed. That was it. And a lot of it as well come to the racism as well, because there's a massive demographic of people that were being killed were African Americans and natives. This is the way the world rolls. Wouldn't surprise me if they were attacking the fucking Jewish community too. If they have one, I don't know. But it always seems to be these groups that end up getting attacked. It always ends up being these Arabs, Jews, African Americans, natives of their respected nations. Um, and then once they're done with the races, they start attacking people with disabilities, and they start going for fucking cripples, people with learning disabilities, etc., etc. Like the eugenic platform these people operate on is blimey fucking repetitive, and something we see amongst fascists continuously. I mean, the fascists that we're dealing with at the moment and their fucking following that encompass the Caleb Haas group are heavily classist, heavily anti-disabled, heavily fucking racist, nationalistic fuckheads. Like they want to preach American exceptionalism. They don't give a fuck about the fact that they're occupying native land. They don't give a fuck about the fucking centuries of slavery that the African American people have put through, and African Anglo and other African demographics that have appeared in places like Europe and America. Um, have, have been fucking harmed by. They don't give a shit. And fucking what's it? Lumpen are seen as trash and criminals and enemies to them, just problem. The stereotype that is tossed amongst the lumpen, especially lumpen African Americans, of us being thieves and gangsters and crooks and drug addicts and drug dealers and like as if these people have a fucking penny of a clue what it's like being at the bottom. They only have a clue what it's like stepping on top of the people at the bottom. Like there was a fascist militant group in the US that had that A as a symbol, I think. You sure you're not on about the one in Ukraine, the Azov battalion? YouTube is fucking probably gonna get pissed with me with this video, to be fair. I'm mentioning all these fucking things. I've had to use slurs because they're quoted from the police in this, and it has a big swastika on the fucking front. uh, I am really pushing the fucking barriers of this censorship world. There was someone who got fucking taken down. They got their video taken down because they what's it had they plugged a violin, an electric violin, into a guitar pedal and played a distorted violin, and their video got taken down. If I sound bitter, well, that's what life of poverty does to you when you see people like that constantly berate you and dehumanize you. Exactly. And their class exists to erase the struggles of the poor. All these SOB stories of these fuckers losing their houses, losing everything they own. Why the fuck should we have sympathy for them when they laugh when that happens to poor people on a daily basis? Yeah, I mean, what's it? Look at fucking one of the mediums of entertainment on British television, for example. Benefits Britain, where they go around and they go and terrorize people who are on the dole for entertainment. The dole being, what's it? Social security of the UK, essentially. Universal credit, as they call it now. Used to be job seekers and employment support allowances, but they changed it. I got upset at the electric violin. No, it was a harp, but same difference. I may have said violin instead of harp accidentally though, but oh well. I have corrected the medium. Anyway, oh, I didn't even need to switch between the tabs. It has the picture on this one as well. Net Net has to say, quote, Jared 88 is 7 feet tall, dark blonde hair, blue or green, not sure, but he has dark eyes. He has a Hitler mustache. I am really sorry, people of Arizona. I'm not laughing at your struggle, but he has a Hitler mustache. Oh no. Oh, you would have at least, because this is a real active fascist and he's still cringe. You see why you can't just accept that their cringiness means they ain't a real threat, because this motherfucker is shooting people alive and he is still going with the gimmick. I guarantee he dresses in like fucking trench coats. He fucking has a has a fucking weird collection of katanas and what's it, masturbates to 100-ton tanks. At the end of the day, this motherfucker is a danger to society and has been massacring people. But as you see with his description, the guy is along the lines of what you expect from these people. They're Hitler worshippers. Worshippers. My man is groveling at the floor where Adolf walks. Yeah, of course he has the German helmets. That's the fucking that's bottom tier. That is bottom tier. Ah, I pressed the back button on my mouse. Drives a German wank. Hitler mustache. One of his teeth, bottom front, appears to be made of metal. We've got a real art guy here. He's had his teeth punched out. Scar on right cheek, right below eye, down to jaw. Now I wonder if he's actually been slashed up, or whether my man slashed himself to give himself that real edge. Might be from one of the people he's been fucking torturing, trying to escape. Maybe a sign of struggle. Long face but square jaw. Yeah, well, what's it? They all follow a similar design demographic. Slender Buff has a preference for brown t-shirts. That's a You got to wear a lot of brown t-shirts for someone to turn around and say that. Um, I guess my man's a bit of a brown shirt. We don't. It's not the brown shirts in this country. It's the black shirts. So it always gets confusing. I don't know his real name. He is very fast. Does not seem to move beyond Phoenix or Glendale. I have seen him in a cherry red convertible. Convertible. Got my cherry red. I went American then in his cherry red convertible. I can't seem to say convertible in an English fashion. I have seen him in a big black pickup truck. I have also seen him drive on I see biker look, Harley Davidson bike. It's Davidson, by the way, Nat, just to let you know. Um, and he typically wears shorts. He sounds like someone's dad. Like we've all known this person who has this one person's dad, and he's a biker, truck driver, smokes a lot of cigarettes, has shit ton of tattoos. One of them looks suspiciously like the Reichstag. The pseudonym seems to take off of the name for a mass murderer, Jared Lee Lohner. Not loner as in loner, but what a name for someone who was a murderer. Jared Lee Lohner. Jared Lee Lohner. I'll pop this on screen. Jared Lee Lohner, born September 10th, 1988, is an American mass murderer. So it's actually viewable to the public. Is an American mass murderer who pled guilty to 19 charges of murder and attempted murder in connection with the January 8th, 2011 Tuscan shooting, in which he shot and severely injured U.S. Representative Gabby Giffords and killed 6 people, including Chief U.S. District Court Judge John Roll, Gabe Zimmerman, one of Guilford's staff, and a 9-year-old girl. Jesus, Christina Taylor Green. Lohner shot and injured a total of 30 people, including one man who was injured while subduing him. Acquaintances say that Lohner's personality had changed markedly in the years prior to the shooting, a period during which he was also abusing alcohol and drugs. He had been suspended from Pima Community College in September 2010 because of his bizarre behavior and disruptions in classes and the library. After his arrest, 2 medical evaluations diagnosed Lohner with paranoid schizophrenia and ruled him incompetent to stand trial. He was placed on medication while in jail as a part of his treatment. He was again judged incompetent in May 2012. In August 2012, Lohner was judged competent to stand trial, and at the hearing, he pleaded guilty to 19 counts. In November 2012, he was sentenced to a life plus 140 years in federal prison. Doesn't deal with the problem, he just locked him up. Jared Lee Lohner is the only child around here. We don't need to go any further into that. I thought there might be somewhat more fascistically related. They have different laws for whether you've killed X, Y, or Z. Anyway, just so I don't dox any information that I don't feel should be given out when I'm reading. Oh, we have an image for the sign on the back of the synagogue in this one. I've closed the stream too early. No trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted in accordance with ARS 1502 A1. Well, there's the setup for the church. What is that? West Bell Road, Phoenix, Arizona. It's not telling me what the North Black Canyon. Is this just a planning map for stuff they're planning to do, or is this supposed to be a map of the church in active use? We'll see what the implications are. Let's stop that. Synagogue members numbering 16. These had been members of the synagogue. I, Comrade Net, recognized them. Also, I, a former anonymous member, saw Isaiah P. Kamat-Steen, the rabbi of the synagogue, Susanna Fredericks, reformed single Jewish prostitute with unknown fathers, and her daughter Michelle, Sarah Boer, a reformed single Jewish prostitute with unknown fathers, and her two sons, Mikhail and Gabriel, Rachel Davis, reformed single Jewish prostitute with unknown fathers, and her two daughters, Sophia and Anna, Malachi Richard Byrnes, David Krams, Amy Park, um, uh, Jenny Vizerman, Randall Gold, Mikael Luz, Gordon Floss. Synagogue member notes: Isaiah Pikmatstein, born April 18th, 1972, rabbi at the synagogue. I'm not going to mention the name of his living relatives. I don't think that's fair. It's more important for legalities with the use of these testimonies. Non-members of the synagogue: Omar's sister Rana Hafez, Linda Cold, Linda's boyfriend Yuri Adaya, 19 Yuri Adaya was born June 12, 1977, half Ashkenazi, half Mizrahi. Black hair, going grey, could speak Russian, Arabic, Yiddish and English. Was skilled in the studies of the social conflicts between groups in Syrian and Egypt. Samantha Wilson, Nezreen Sadiq, Elizabeth Tishern, Larry Grand. I saw Omar Hafez, who was not a member of the synagogue. Miriam Emmersberg, born September 10th, 1981. Got a lovely image of her here. Hannah Toff. Hannah Toff was born on September 30th, 1988. Marvin Eliav lived. Oh no, it's saying his address, not saying that. Marvin Eliav was born 17th of December 1964. Dark black hair, could speak modern Hebrew, some Aramaic, English, Spanish, and Romanian. And followed by Proletarian Revolutionary Front. Martyrs on May 30th while investigating the May 27th synagogue massacre. A California chapter of Marxist-Leninists, the Lenin Mao Communist Union, members murdered on June 8th. Okay, yeah, so this is two different things. Sorry, I read that too quickly. So, in Proletarian Revolutionary Front, there was many martyrs who died on the May 30th while investigating the May 27th synagogue massacre, which is a California chapter of MLs. They were obliterated. And then you've got the it was two of them, I think. I can't remember. I think Jason talked about this a year or two ago, but I think it was two of them. But anyway, Lenin Mao Communist Union. Members were murdered on June the 8th. That goes for Chairman James Frankfurt, General Secretary Edward Phil, Arc Director Bradley Butch. And if we go back to the previous stream, it actually mentions this situation and how Paquiral, comrade of the Bundes movement, the Arizonan struggle, and of MRN, has we talked about the blogs that they'd written. They were a member of the Lenin Mao Communist Union before they went off and to do their own thing, because the thing was destroyed. Everything is on a real low for the people in Arizona, and people are really getting tied up in struggle in a way that's bringing them real down to the ground. This has been a hellish loss, constant loss and heartbreak and destruction. And the Jared 88 lot are not letting up. They will not give up until either side is destroyed, either the Nazis lose or massacre occurs. The socialist idea of a commune of Arizona, to break it down, that these organizations have come together and decided is the best course of action, I completely endorse and agree with. The best thing we can be doing in that struggle there would be to disconnect Arizona. Arizona is a twilight state. It is being used as a grounds for testing fascism in America. That goes two ways. Yes, they're in a deadlock. The police are as fucking crackdown as crackdown can get. They have a fascist organization with guns. It isn't just sailing around to kill people. They have the police escorting them to kill people. Jared 88 was escorted to that wedding and let in via guards of fucking flocks of police. You'll never see police in that much number when a lumpen person calls them because they need help. I mean, what's it? I remember one time we were having, we were woken up at stupid hours in the morning at my mate's. I was on the sofa at the time. By someone chopping the door with a machete. I was bashing at the door with a machete. And me and my mate had to get up, and we were at the door with air rifles, telling them if he gets in, he'll shoot him. And ready to do that. His missus decides to call the police. The police told us to just go down and speak to him, and call them in a bit if anything else goes wrong. They took them 40 minutes to get that to her. They were useless. They didn't give a shit. We just mentioned that someone delirious, who we know is a pisshead, is chopping the door down with a machete, and they basically went, tried offering him some biscuits. It's not how it works. He's obviously lost his shit and needs to be fucking, dealt with. And we didn't want to have to shoot him with the air rifles just in case we did more damage than fucking putting him off going up them stairs. Because when he's not an absolute wreckhead, he isn't deserving of being fucking killed. Like, he went on a fucking mad one. I wouldn't want him to have had to have dealt with the police either, but there wasn't really anything that we could do, and we didn't even decide to call the feds. It was his missus. But it was one of them mad things. I think it was like 5 years ago now, 6 years ago now. It was before I'd become a communist, actually. It's even longer than that. Jesus Christ. Was it just as it was just in my early times, I think, because I think it was just before I got kicked out for joining the Communist Party. Either way, police don't give a shit. So when you're in like Arizona, like, big contrast to compare Britain and Arizona, but we're gonna do it. You're in Arizona, you already have the American contrast, like guns on all your police officers. They go about and do as they please anyway. They pretty much use their badge as a "we can do what we want here, boy," and they go around shooting people as much as they fucking can please, especially African Americans and Native Americans. And if there's not going to be that demographic, it'll be disabled people, Jewish people, homosexual people, transsexual people, and especially those demographics that are within the lumpen proletariat, which, as we know in America, is predominantly African American and Native American. Well, natives aren't a predominant demographic, but I'm lumping them as one demographic. I should say it's predominantly colonized people. That's easier to express what I'm trying to get across. It's predominantly fourth world, same as the proletariat in America, the real proletariat, not fucking overpaid fucking workers. African American people that are fucking doing all these dingy jobs, the Mexican people doing all these dingy jobs, the natives doing all these dingy jobs, even the white people doing all these dingy jobs. But there are very little of those. Most of them are African Americans, Native Americans, fucking um, what's it, foreigners, Irish folk, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Um, Go to Arizona. Now you have a fascist organization that gets escorted around by the police between Phoenix and Glendale, where they can operate actively in the middle of daylight, massacre a mosque. Sorry, a synagogue. Massacre a synagogue. Drag the bodies and dump them out into fucking vans. Strip the synagogue of all its valuables and all of its sentimental items and its books and scrolls, which I imagine have been burnt. And you know, what's it? The thing is with that is crushing control, crushing fascism, but this breeds struggle. The lumpen have already decided they're not taking this shit, and that's why these struggles exist. Nowhere in America are you going to find a lumpen proletariat that is as revolutionary as that in Arizona. The closest you would ever find, and they are really close, is the Jim Crow states, which Arizona is a part of. Jim Crow is still going on out there. The southern states have not fucking repealed that shit, and they're flying with that wheel right in their fucking sprocket. The um, Arizona is the worst of the bunch. It is what all these southern states, what the northern states want these southern states to be. And we say the northern, the coastal is probably the better way to put it, but America has a very weird idea on northeast south. Um, but you got to really put this into perspective. Who was it that kept the South as a slave trading place for God knows how long? Who was it? It wasn't just the slavers in the South. Of course, they were part of it. It was the North as well. The North really benefited off slavery. It was really useful. And I'm on about when they banned it themselves. I mean, they had it in their own region for a while first. They ban it themselves, and they keep it in the South. It keeps fucking the profitability of slavery engaged, whilst also being able to prevent slave rebellion and the alliance to slaves in the North from people who might be getting sentimental to these people. You've got to remember as well that this is an era before Victorian humanism, so the way of colonialism wasn't justified by civilization; it was justified by savagery. History seems to have managed to have covered that over in the fucking last 150 years, but before Victorian humanism was made in the 1800s, we were riding on a passage of savagery, of them being heathens, not us being more civilized than them being less civilized, them being heathens and we being holy. That's what it was. The civilization narrative come with humanism. Which is why you gotta be careful of the MLs, because they're fucking full of humanist thought. Dodgy little bunch. Um, Lenin's rhetoric, for example, has a lot of humanist ideas in it. And he's got fucking amazing shit. Imperialism, one of his best works, probably one of the things I cite to people more than anything. Fucking out of Lenin is full of humanist language. Calls people who are colonized backwards. He calls people who are feudal backwards. Calls anyone who's not on his level of literacy or anything like that backwards, which is just a ridiculously colonial way of looking at the world. Like, if you're already going to look at lesser educated people as backwards, what are you going to look at third world people as? It is a spiral that goes down and down and down. Yeah, that's essentially. Next article. Received 1711 Palestine time. Unedited. Has a traduction française livre. I know it might sound like I just shat out of my mouth, but that was French. Anonymous source, former police inside leak. Ooh, now we're getting interesting. This is where things real spice up, I imagine. Many people who had openly talked about destroying um, Rabbi Isaiah's show. The plaza near Bell Road is like black hole. Is like a black hole where things go in and never come out. I did not see the shooting, but I believe beyond the shadow of a doubt that it happened. Never stays lit. The neighborhoods nearby used to have an entire community of Sephardim whom followed an archaic mystical form of Orthodox Judaism. Yeah, I've had Net teaching me about this. It's very interesting. Mind you, mystique, and more importantly, where the terminologies come from, which I do believe is, I know that there is a older Jewish term, but the Arabs have one for it, which I think is, what's it called? Oh, remember Net telling me about it? I think it's called Islamic mysticism. I think that's what it was, and it's essentially just a plurality of science. Like it's how the world works, the intricacies of things. Language has changed a lot over the years, and we have applied the Christian colonial impersonations of these things, the European impersonation of these things, rather than looking at what these things actually apply themselves towards. I mean, most things you ever hear the words mystical arranged with, it's normally about a lot of things regarding rituals and herbs. It's strengthening one's connection with nature and reality. It's complex stuff. I haven't really got the time to belly into that. This we're only halfway through the articles, but mystical Orthodox Judaism. It sounds weird, very interesting. Don't just bat and pass it off. It's it's part of their culture and the way of seeing things, and it doesn't obfuscate their view of the world. It brings an almost sense of beauty to the way they try and implement themselves. Because it really comes to one of those things where science has this natural affinity of being very expansive in the different ways you can come to the same conclusions, because dialectical analysis is so flexible in its utilization. That's why there are idealistic and materialistic forms of dialectical analysis. brain fart. Where is it? Where was I? Oh, Judaism. That community is gone now, and even though by rabbinic standards it was legitimate, it was never recognized. The community was run out of town, though not murdered. History is repeating itself now with the Reconstructionist Judaism. Using the old spit bag. Go over on me, got a throat like mine. Bloody thyroidism. There are rabbis out of state that could explain who Rabbi Isaiah Per Kamatsdin was and how he became a Reconstructionist rabbi. Rabbi Isaiah Per Kamatsdin is not recognized anymore. He was much too outspoken. All public records of everyone that died that day are most likely dead, including the interfaith minister. The only person who did not have the credentials was that minister. I know who that guy is because he shows up in many strange incidences, always with a different name. A car salesman once ran him off his property for realizing that his insurance papers were bogus, but his fake interfaith minister would have had to have been murdered too. The murders themselves are not staged. It is no rumor. Whatever intelligence is behind this cannot afford for even one of their own plants to talk. The way in which I have heard of the incident, they would not even want their own plant to be alive. Yeah, so basically what they're on about is they're on about that the guy with no credentials is a police plant. He's using lumpen terminology for those that might be a bit lost. He's a fucking can't think of a aristocrat word for it. A snitch. What's the word that they use? Like a wire, whatever the fuck those guys are called. Rats, snitches, those types of people. He was an insert. He was a plant. They planted him in, and they killed him as well, just to make sure that nothing was left behind. So that's what they're saying. That murder for him wasn't staged. He was killed off too, because it would have left too many leaky holes. I personally. Okay, so he's talking about a situation that happened with this himself as a police officer. So here we go. This is going to be interesting. It's not very often you get an inside talk of someone who has done these horrible things themselves. So take heed on this one. This is going to be interesting. The murder. I personally killed the plant we used when we did something like this in 1997. I was well informed that this was going to happen. I fear for my family, but I can sleep at night. I have to blow the roof off this thing, or I will not be able to lecture my own offspring and at the same time take my own self seriously. Sometimes conscience can hit these people. This is a fucking 1 in a billion. This is Jesus Christ. Oh, according to Haas, who is a legalist, so fucking that's some circular logic on their end, isn't it? Okay, Joaquin, I'll see you later, my friend. I was forms of the you never want to stop guiding them, even when they are grown. There is a fraction of the National Socialist movement known as the National Socialist Revolutionary Guard of Arizona that is deeply under wraps and deeply connected to several fractions of the Phoenix and Glendale police departments. We actually talked about this in the video on the Pakiral blogs that I have on here. It has the same image logo of the Papers, Please with the swastika that I have on this video. It's a pretty decent discussion video. I go through all these different blogs and stuff, and I think there is an unlisted PU video that I did as well. That's in my playlist that come after that because I decided to do a light up stream because of fucking how dark shit got, and fucking this shit's outmatching that billion. But then that was expected. This is the struggle these people have been going through for fucking decades now. This isn't fucking new business. Arizona has been a shit tip for a long time. My comrade Net, he's been fucked with throughout his life, constantly. Messed up shit. Glendale Police Departments. All records will be removed, and that is particularly common in Arizona. Even birth certificates will disappear if they had not already. I've mentioned this before, and I'll mention it again. Comrade Net wasn't born in Arizona. I've seen his birth certificate. It says he is born in Arizona. They've taken his birth certificate and they've changed it. Comrade Net was born in Yugoslavia, not fucking Arizona. That's what they do to people. They take your identity, they crouch you in, and when you don't have that external heritage anymore, you can't escape. Leaving America as an American national is hard enough as it is. Leaving Arizona as an American national who's Jewish, black, native, Irish, etc. Good luck. They have got these people in a box. Classic apartheid tactics. I mean, what's it? We see this stuff in Israel with them stopping the capacity for Palestinians to move. We saw this in apartheid South Africa with them stopping people from being able to operate in the daytime unless they were working as a slave. What's it? We hear about stuff like this with the confiscation of passports in Xinjiang. This is happening all over the place. This is a common process that people need to get in their mind. Colonial countries always end up they always end up engaging in land theft, genocide, and slavery, whether it is enslavement through cheap colonized labor of the exports from the first world for them to do our bidding for us and extract resources for our gooding for our needs. Well, it's not even needs at this point. Wants. Fucking what's it? I wish the bourgeoisie knew the old rule of I want never gets. But the what's it? Or the literal slavery that goes on in places like fucking Libya today because of what we did, our countries, and to be oblivious to that is a choice of ignorance. It was blatant. They were telling us on the news that ISIS were our allies and our friends in the Libyan war. Very few years later, they're turning around to us and saying ISIS are our enemy, and no one batted a fucking eye. No one noticed that maybe there might be something going on here. Maybe this stinks a bit of the Mujahideen. Who, at least with the Mujahideen, they were smart enough to change the name between them. They fucking decided to do that halfway through with ISIS. But ISIS is our ally in Libya, and then they're our enemy in Syria, even though they're actually our ally because we're still funding and supporting them. And then you've got Daesh, Al Qaeda, etc. On top of that, these things are apparent and obvious and are going on in bulk. Not just go on with that, go on with fucking the fact that news media, even mainstream media, had touched on the fact that we've been selling weapons in mass to Saudi Arabia, that we sell weapons in mass to fucking Israel. I mean, the mainstream media will go on to tell you how you should support giving these countries weapons in mass. That's the type of country we live in. So to be ignorant to that is choice. Whether it is cognitive dissonance that makes you a pussyhole about it, or whether you're actually just a heartless cunt. If you don't see the suffering in the world, that is choice. Because people who are at the bottom, who struggle, who are going through their own struggles, who have so much to focus on that they can't do anything about it themselves as it is anyway, see this shit and they recognize it. They don't fucking tell you bollocks. They don't tell you that the world's a great place. They'll tell you as it is. The world is a shithole. And it is. Of war, genocide, um, slavery and disease, fucking. What is it? There's like actual lyrics that are really good for this. 1 second. Um, Here we go. War, famine, death, disease, slavery, genocide, and radioactive seas. Always found that so brilliantly, beautifully put. That is what the world is encompassed from. You know, you get people who are, I mean, like you go through the lumpen proletariat and the lower working class of the first world, and you've got fucking parents that are struggling to build their kids up into a more and more violent world while also being strained for economics and not being able to sustain a sense of lifestyle that's great for them. I mean, most people are ending up in flimsily built flat blocks and other shit like that and not being able to have their own solid home with their own garden, their own fucking fixated sort of wider and more personal space. You have no work massively available for the wider space of sort of grown men that are going into and women as well that are going into hard bearing work, hardback work. The only thing that you've got for these people are what's it uh, box work in fucking warehouses, and even that is thin because there's only so many people you can cram into a fucking warehouse to do the work, and it's not very moralizing work. Industry is gone. So it's either you've got degrees to go somewhere and that's oversaturated too, or you're fucking on the streets and you're lumping. 60%, I think it's even more than that in the UK. 60% of the class structure is labor aristocrat. So you've got this bottom section that is completely ignored, completely thrown back and cut off. And strangled away from society. You then get into the disabled side of things. I mean, what's it? Even though I don't even get my disability pay. I only get my universal credits version of employment support allowance. But even then, I am still lucky compared to most people who are disabled in the first world in the lumpen proletariat. A lot of people aren't even getting that. A lot of people are having to fucking be severely disabled and having to try and work because they can't get benefits because they've been thrown off it and kicked off it, and some of them even fucking put into more strenuous situations than that. And even larger amount of people get denied their personal independence payment all the time. Getting disabled support in Britain, America, and other countries is a fucking absolute nightmare. What's it? You end up seeing more of the people who are shitheads getting on it than you see the people who actually fucking need it. And during the coronavirus, I mean, not only was there the what's it eugenic massacre of fucking 100,000 people within a year of the coronavirus, within 1 year of the coronavirus um, being public, the British government had managed to, to eugenically kill off for medical means 100,000 disabled people. There was also the personal independence payment situation where loads of disabled people were dying of starvation, killing themselves, etc. Like horrible, horrible shit. Just almost traumatized and disenfranchised disabled people you can find. Like these people are permanently disabled and they were getting kicked off the benefits because they failed to reattend a reassessment, and other things like that, that they couldn't get to, and incapacitation for contact, loss of accessibility to carers. There was a lot of carers giving people COVID, but there was a lot of people just getting thrown off their personal independence payment like mad, and it caused suicides and starvation and other horrible things across the board. I can't even bloody get the personal independence payment. I'm not even fucking that far in yet. I have resent another assessment this year, but whether that gets back to me in decency or not is another fucking question, because this fucking shit is bollocks. But that's the demographic you've got here, and then you've got race that comes into it. When you're a minority race, and minority doesn't mean number, it means power, by the way, for those white folk that get that confused. Minority means power politically. The minorities, these minority peoples, they, especially if you're of all these other demographics too on top in the lump, they're just they're, they're in the absolute worst. If you're black, you're Jewish, you're Muslim, you're what's it, fucking native, you're you're already on the shit tipper before you even get into the being lumpen proletariat, etc. I mean, I was taught by an African American comrade about how the eugenics within society intersect so much, how the race issue and the disability issue have a somewhat relationship with the way that they function, except race is more colonial in its way of being operated and is much more, therefore, extreme. And he went on about how the disabled struggle is so widely ignored amongst white leftists. It's something I considered but not really put too much to mind because it's the norm. But when he explained it to me, it's it really brought it out into color, and he was going on about how African American struggle and African Anglo struggle is, even on top of that too, has been the main drivers for first world struggle within the Anglosphere. Like well, they have been the main drivers for first world struggle, but they've been the main drivers for first world disability struggle and aiding out the disabled. And was going on about how a comrade of MRN's, I've forgotten his name. Oh shit! What is his name? Ah, he's it's not Danky. I can't even remember his name. Um, but he's a what's it, Pan Africanist American, and he does like disability chats and stuff with people, and like with his community, and like enlightening the discourse and the other stuff like that. And you don't ever hear about stuff like that really amongst the white Marxists. I mean, other than Shibby, but that's because fucking Shibby's lumpen. Shibby will go out on the fucking things. Like, what's it? The birth certificates discussion ended up widening out into a big thing. But these people they're trapped. They're trapped tenfold. It's absolute bloody nightmare. It was more than police. There's a collaboration of cops and spooks. I wish the best of luck to whoever is looking into this. The odds are against you, but it needs to needs to be known. Even if everyone pretends it is not happening, this will keep happening as it has happened in Arizona time and time again. This happened to a Wiccan community that was marginalized by other Wiccan communities, and the entire community is forgotten. The Wiccan massacre happened in 1997. I was involved. No trace of any records remained. It was never reported, and anyone who could say something was paid off or threatened. Back then, removing a person's birth certificate from record was the ultimate rush because that is the easiest. That is the easy and sorry, and that because that is not easy. And in the middle to of doing it, you could get caught. But with the equipment that I was given by U.S. Deep Operative Intelligence, it was a piece of cake. Interesting. The removal of video footage to be replaced by false footage is to be expected too. The only thing safe that you could possibly use to combat this cover up is a blank statement. Sorry, a bank statement. But if the renting did not require then then you probably have nothing. Radical religious movements of any kind that could be kin to civil rights or the championing of third world struggles or supporting gun rights while being on the so-called left, such as that forgotten Wiccan community or Isaiah's Jewish community of the most marginalized of Jews, are easy to erase because their own kind will always call them radical and extreme. The people could trust many in that plaza to say nothing. The police could trust many in that plaza to say nothing, and several others would have just been unaware. Being Jewish, this strikes me too hard. I have felt so bad for doing this to the Wiccan community, and now my fellow officers are doing it to my religion. Rabbi Isaiah was controversial, but his murder is striking my conscience. Um, to what I partook of in 1997. I don't know who this Jared 88 is, but I have heard of him before, and from what I have heard, he is an asset of higher intelligence. And there it is in French. This has got, and I mean, what's it? Just to really go ahead and really put the further of what we're fucking putting across here, let me just show you that this is signed by Abraham Weisfeld. So what's it? You can't be turning around and talking shit. Ooh, was that the end of that one? Yeah, it was. Okay, so the next one. Okay, this is getting into Jared 88's girlfriend. Um, the fact that most Marxists don't talk about disability struggles is honestly a disgrace. How can you expect to liberate the proletariat if you are not going to care about the most vulnerable of them? Exactly. It's What's is because a lot of these people end up falling into the lumpen demographic for one, but as two as well, the eugenic culture that persists within society comes from humanism. Eugenics never went away. Never went away. Anyway, let me start with Betty Lestung, because she is Jared 88's girlfriend. It is believed that a bunny, not Betty, Betty. It is believed that Bunny Lestung's real name is Bunny Lestung's real name is not Bunny Lestung. The shooting at the apartment of Marvin Eliyahu and Yuri Adaya, sorry, um, might be Adia actually, I don't know, but I've been saying Adaya for the whole time, so we'll go with Adaya. Took place on May 10th, 2019. Marvin and Yuri were not home when this happened. The real shooter was Bunny Leistung. Every eyewitness I spoke to describes her. Bunny Leistung. She is 5.5 feet tall, blonde hair and blue eyes. Oh, I guess she's their perfect pick then. Um, Fucking fascist scum. Athletic body build. That's a very posh way of saying she's a bit piff, yeah? Involved in selling heroin and meth, probably takes it as well as Skanky Cow. Involved in kidnapping women and selling them. Yes, I've heard about this. She's probably works the Epstein run. You know how they have the feminine character to be the groomer. This is something that's happened a lot through history with these types of effects. Actually, you know, what, the first accounts of slavery was how these things were initially introduced when they were taking over tribes in tribal socialism. When it not during tribal socialism was being destroyed into slave society. It had gone into a weird warrior period, and they tried to assimilate these groups into the culture first, but they wouldn't, so they just enslaved them. And it was initially the women that was used to try and groom them into the culture. This is something that happens a lot of the time with these instances and situations. So she is working as sort of the person who will kidnap the women and groom them into being whatever that they want them to be. I mean, with the trans lot, it's fucking murdering them on camera for the most part. These are some fucking horrible shit. Expert on removing public records, expert in seduction, promotes prostitution as a human right, promote Jesus Christ, promotes white liberation. You already are the controllers of the country. How can you be liberated when you are the fucking oppressors? Really hate that fucking type of statement. White liberation. Fuck off. Fucking fascist cunt. Teaches the doctrine of Aryan ethno-cultural liberation. Jesus. Babysitter and mechanic taught feminism and women's liberation as part of the Aryan ethno-cultural liberation. I'm well. Okay, so to clarify on that, because a lot of these modern communities have been confused by the post-truthism that comes with the modern feminists. These are what we call, in at least in British sociology, third wave or third way feminist. They're fascists. That's their gimmick. They're the Nazi form of feminism. They're not like the first wave, and the second wave is just pointless liberalism. Um, yeah, Let's continue. Fucking knows his bloody blocks. Has been seen hanging around Adina Bilan at least since May 30th, 2019. Has put a hit on Comrade Net 6 times from the years of 2017 to 2018. All 6 times that this effort was sabotaged by blacks and Mexicans from California. Fucking A, absolute legends. Any protector of Comrade Net's life has got my heart. Any protector of anyone's life really has got my heart in that retrospect, I guess, like protecting the lives of the oppressed. But Comrade Net is camaraderie of family, so you gotta fucking stick out in that. So absolutely blessed that those comrades helped him protect him from those attempts of assassination, essentially. Adina Bolen's real name is also unknown, but she was the roommate of Miriam Immersberg. Before I moved to Arizona, I was rather close to the very blacks and Mexicans from California who had been rather insistent on Net not getting murdered. Later moved to Arizona, then I met Marvin Eliyahu and Yuri Adaya sometime of January of 2019, and I felt welcomed by them. Their apartment complex had been a very trashy place, and the only reason that it improved and now has new management is because of Marvin Eliyahu and Yuri Adaya. Bunny Lestung with 4 other people. It was them who flung a brick into Donna's office that took place on May 14th, 2019. That's right before the massacre. They all had masks on. At least 14 people have said to me they saw them remove their masks, and they all said one of them was Bunny Lestung. Bunny Lestung is very well known for terrorizing Mexicans and Navajos. Um, it is easy for them to recognize her. The Bundists have been misled. No police reports have been taken. Police often say that they make the report and then they do not. They often write down what you say, and then when you are gone, they tend to rip up the report and pretend it never happened. They even make phone calls to victims saying that they found culprits just so that you shut up. So you now are shut up, nothing has been fixed. That is the unspoken way of Arizona. The very inhabitants of Arizona tend to be oblivious to this. Jared 88 purposefully ran his truck into Marvin's truck on May 21st, 2019, at the cross streets of Bell Road and 35th Avenue. A policeman was nearby when this happened and arrested Marvin Elihu for this, and in the next day or so he was released as he had done nothing wrong. The police would later confirm that Marvin did nothing wrong. I was at Bell Road and 35th Avenue when the police put in new cameras, and on both May 28th and May 30th I was videotaping it. I learned a lot of things from my friends from California and Arizona before I moved to Arizona. I confirm that all those rumors are true. After I learned of the synagogue shooting at Bell Canyon Pavilions, I knew I needed help, so I phoned my friends from California. They came with their cameras. In retrospect, I wish I had given the footage of the police changing the cameras to someone on May 28th. No backups were made. Each of us had only one camera. We videotaped again on May 30th when the cops had again changed the cameras at the cross streets and the buildings nearby. But then several members of the National Socialist Movement and the Jewish Defense League that I recognized managed to round us all up in a white van. They smashed all of our cameras to bits. Only one of my friends managed to escape. With us in the van, making sure that no one else escaped, was Adina Bilen and Bunny Lishtung. Adina Bilen um, then them hacked them all to death. Barney lay stung, then knocked me out cold. I woke up tied to a chair in a dark, big warehouse room. The first thing I do is demand to know why Adina Bilen was involved with any of this. Adina Bilen comes up to me with some type of electric stick that I would not be able to describe very well, and then tells me that Adina Bilen is an alias provided by the Glendale police. Then Adilem puts me through Parilla. I told her nothing. The torture goes on until my only surviving friend from California finds me, and then together we escaped. My friend from California and I have done our own investigation into this, and we have learned that it is most likely not going to be taken seriously. The office window was fixed on May 22nd, just the day after Marvin's truck got totaled. Marvin thought he had good insurance, but that is also not true. The entire history of Marvin Eliyahu, Yuri Adaya, Hannah Taft, Isaac P. Kamatstein, and Miriam Emmersberg has been completely cleansed from record. The insurance firm that Marvin was going to does not even exist in the first place. Marvin did not know this. It would seem that much of this was planned way in advance. The police lied. No arrests took place. There are five fascists that there are no five fascists that were caught. It was Bunny Lestung and four unidentified persons. The police wanted to shut up Miriam, and Hannah as they threatened to sue the police. Some fucking rad fucking shit there. Get captured, see your mates be killed, and only end up out of this fucking warehouse you've been dragged to by the fucking skin of your teeth because someone managed to come and find you and spook people. To be fair, you would be pretty spooked if you're in the middle of torturing someone and fucking someone found your little fucking get up and they may be or may not be armed. You're gonna fucking skadoot. Could be the feds as well. But they managed to get them out by the skin of their teeth. Some harsh shit. I'd like to speak with this person directly if I ever could, because that's an experience to go through. Testimony of Donna Newman. The early morning of May 27th, 2019 is a blur. I had emails go through, and the issue was Dr. Weisfeld not being able to download um, the video I sent him for upload. Oh, it was a video, not a pamphlet. I got that wrong in the early bit. I drank my coffee and ate breakfast. Comrade Net was to show up that morning. Due to the intense events of constant death threats going all the way back to last year, I have been attempting to document the information. Me and the organization founded by EAB and Comrade Net have not been the target of JDL Zionists attacks, both real world and internet. We have been under the attack of neo-Nazis, which, based on several patterns, seem to be working with the Jewish Defense League. And then there is the fringe group of Trotskyists we have had to deal with. This is in particular. I have had to deal with the new information which tells me they have big problems with AB. I have sent information to groups that can spread this information. Marvin, Miriam, and Yuri arrive by Uber together. Then Omar drops off Isaiah. Omar greets me very kindly, and I give him a tie that my grandfather wore on his wedding. Omar seemed grateful. Then Omar drove away to pick up a few items. I was notified by Hannah Taft that she would be picking up Comrade Net to work with me. Marvin and Yuri eat falafels together. and they had even brought Comrade Net a falafel too for when he arrived. Miriam was eating lentil soup and Greek salad and grilled cheese. That morning, I was not thinking of murder. I was in envy about the food because I had a fried egg. I had a fried egg and toast. Miriam shared a Greek salad with me. Then Comrade Net and Hannah arrived. Hannah had cheese and fried lamb chops in the that was in Tupperware. Fucking hell, some dank foods in the Guarnier. I inform everyone that me and Comrade Net want to put our last will and testament concerning some writings. Hannah had everything that her and the other council members wrote put on a few discs. I put the discs in a shoebox, and my computer is not working. So well before that, it was Comrade Net's computer that was not working. I start yelling in my computer in French. I start yelling at my computer in French, and then Marvin and Yuri save the day, being the tech geniuses they have been. I had 2 cigarettes to calm down. My computer was saved but Marvin warned me that there is dust contamination and it could shut down any day. Miriam tells Comrade Net she has to talk to him. They talk for 5 minutes. Every so often he checks his phone. I share some emails with Yebi. Some seem to be coming late as I get them. Then, as planned, the 5 council members write in the blog. They write in collaboration together and argue about spell check. Then they each write an entry. During one of them make During one of them making their entry, Omar shows up in a tux with the tie I gave him. He tells us that a dress in my size has been bought for me and the necessary head covering I wear. Comrade Net asks in the middle of texting if he was covered. He had spent too much money this month on city travel. Omar then informed Comrade Net he had a tux in his size. Gucci. Then Comrade Net goes outside the front of the office with Omar and they smoke cigars. Hey. Then the 5 council members finish the blog, and Miriam and Comrade Net give direct eye contact. It is very sad that moment strikes me so hard when I think about it. I sometimes forgot that those two were like a type of kindred. I sometimes forget how far back they went with each other. Um, a, they shared a platonic love deeper than anything of a sexual, deeper than anything that could be sexual, a sort of gothic platonic lovers connection. It was as if the two of them subconsciously said goodbye to each other. They left sometime after 12:10 in the PM. Um, and then I've never seen anyone put the time like that before. 12:10 in the PM. That is a fun platform to do that. That's like the people who put like 13th of October, like Chad people. Keep breaking the limits. And then me and Comrade Net wrote in the blog. This was our first time in dual collaboration on for the blog. I then write my entry, and then Comrade Net wrote his. We rushed just as the council members had. At this time, we were already late, past 12:40 in the PM. Comrade Net texts here and there. I drive us to the Reconstructionist Church. To the plaza where the church is located. What I saw next was so unbelievable. I still am not able to fully process it. We arrived late at one in the PM, and in front of the small cosmopolitan Jewish Reconstructionist community of Phoenix of Arizona, There were several cops all over the place. We saw the bodies of the 5 members of the council and some child corpses thrown into a black van. There were 2 other vans, and I am in ruin as cops are holding a door handle. I recognize that door handle as the door handle to the back of the synagogue, copper colored and curved. It looked melted. When we came back by to ask questions to the 2 of those cops came up to me and told me, quote, "Miss Newman, you are not welcome here. Nothing has happened," end quote. And then Comrade Ned got up in their face and they slammed him to the ground. They threatened him with arrest. Comrade Net demanded in an awkward, aggravated, forced claim to see their badge numbers. Several onlookers laughed at us. We ran towards the synagogue, disregarding the police warning. We could see coming out from the archway several cops but no paramedics. We could see them taking from the back entrance many idioms. Isaiah ever using the back entrance. As my mind processed this, I realized the cops were participating in this event of murder. I can recall trying to count the bodies in the vans. I don't remember everything about the vans. I remember the bodies, these corpses that once had been alive. I was able to count up to 3 children. Then I noticed 2 more. I would have to say 27 corpses in total. Out of the idioms, what I remember the most is the menorah and Isaiah big Torah scroll. The one thing from his father that so you just spelt the name wrong. And Isaiah's big Torah scroll, the one thing that from his father that he deeply, deeply cherished. The cops gave us another verbal warning to leave or get arrested. Me and Nat got back in my car. I parked my car near the Red Roof Inn at 7. I'm not gonna just drop the fucking specific location, but the Red Roof Inn in Phoenix, Arizona. And we waited, and every so often I had Nat walk over to the plaza to see if the cops were gone. When it looked like all the cops were gone, we went through the back of the building, through the archway to take pictures, and we saw Jared 88's classic calling card on the brick wall. Comrade Net, he also took 2 pictures before he videotaped the back of the cosmopolitan Jewish Reconstructionist community of Phoenix, Arizona. At the back of the synagogue, the door handle was freshly new. We did not see that there was construction going on at the back of the building until we had approached the back door of the synagogue. There was at least 2 cops behind the synagogue. Comrade Net got frisked by the cop while videotaping from his phone. Leave or I will arrest you both. Net's phone is mildly damaged. I drove us away in my car back at the office. I got recordings that I hope can be used for documentation. Net will need a new phone. I drove Net halfway back before he told me to pull over and let him out. I have not seen him since, but I have had a few messages from him via a mutual friend. Yeah, I remember Net telling me about this. They ended up having to like dodge through some pretty fucking uh fucking dangerous back end streets while carrying important information on him because fucking he was really stressed. Everything was going on him, and he just really wanted to fucking not be boxed up in the car and all that, and he wanted to get off the road. So he fucking got a car and went on the fucking essentially a run back home. I think that was the situation. I might be wrong though. Don't quote me on that. But I've had messages from. I've not seen him since, but I have had messages. A few messages from him via a mutual friend. I have followed several leads, but they always lead nowhere. I have called those who are property managers, and several sources have told me that all public records of the synagogue does not exist. I have called the property owners of the plaza, and they refuse to speak to me. I was warned by an officer who visited my office today to not harass anyone anymore. And what's it? Anna Newman, very, very formally of us, bless her. She has gone very classical and provided us with a signing to say this is the real deal. Media communique. Media communique. Fucking flies again. I'll fucking have you, you bastard. The impunity of the Phoenix Glendale police is a blatant example of the strategic force in use by the right-wing Christian European supremacist movement. All of the agencies such as the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, the NLG, National Lawyers Guild, the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Phoenix New Times, and the Arizona Attorney General Mark Brenovic have not replied to the report submitted. The testimonies included names of 27 victims who are now missing, but whose lives do not concern those agencies, in particular the lives of the 5 members of the Jewish Bundesdiaspora movement. The current information available includes the statements of the 3 eyewitnesses to the deaths, 2 other affidavits with reference to the nature of the Phoenix Glendale police in Arizona. I should have started with this document, to be fair. I went backwards, I imagine. As well as a list of those murdered, which now includes the people associated with 2 other organizations. This actually reads the documents after we've been reading. We've got the one by Net called My Crew. We've got Annex by Net. Although I do believe that was Net pushing something for someone else on Annex. I can't remember when we read that one. I think that was someone else's thing that he transcribed there. Because, yeah, the first one's Net's testimony. That one, I can't remember. It was either a Comrades experience or Net's experience. Then you've got Donna Newman's testimony. You've got Afi David Anon Arizona Massacre, which was one of the early ones we read. Anonymous source for a former police officer, which we've read. A former member speaks out. We've read that one too. Someone who knew. We haven't read that one yet. Nor have we read Silver Cinemas. We have read Arizona Police Fascism. Do you believe I have the wrong thing open there? Oh, 1v2, 1v3. Okay, one of these things is better than the other, apparently. I don't see the differences between the V1 and V2. I can't show you the descriptions of this because it's got people's documentations, but Net has put himself forward to be contactable, and Dr. Weishaupt is trying to operate as legal agent to push this forward to be recognized by the more federal community. But as this document has said, they've ignored it. They don't give a shit. Hopefully, the High Court might fucking listen to it, but this is America. There's no legal way about this. The only way the Arizonan people are going to fucking get through this is through the struggle they're already engaging in, and they need support. They need support from the Comrades of America. You know, complaining about, what's it? You complain about what third world is, pointing out about our revolution is bottlenecked within the first world, but not if you want to go and join the struggle that's going on in Arizona. You live in the same nation, and yet you choose to ignore it. And that's the American fucking dream, isn't it? Just speculate on what amazing ideas you'll ever do, but never really achieve them. Not help those that are already engaging in similar concepts, abandon people, rob lands and concepts and ideas and functions, and deteriorate people down, destroy and take culture that's not yours, but not help the struggle of the oppressed. That would be too much to ask for the American community, wouldn't it? It's too much to ask for the legal community. So, Silver Cinemas, Source, a young black woman who is reluctant to talk about this. I had my first job at the Silver Cinemas at 2710 W. Bell Road, 1125 Phoenix, Arizona, when I was 18. When I got a job at Silver Cinemas, it was 2011. Back then, and many terrifying things happened when I worked there. One time there was a rape by a policeman. He raped a female co-worker of mine in the bathroom. He did not realize I was in one of the stalls. I rushed out of the stall and my male co-worker, hearing the screams, rushed in the woman's restroom and tried to stop it. The policeman yelled at me and my male co-worker. He told my male co-worker to go back to work and pretend this is not happening. The policeman then told me to get back in the stall or he would arrest my male co-worker for raping my female co-worker. I also got raped by a female cop in that same bathroom that same year. When I objected, I was accused of bigotry by the policewoman, which is not true. I do not hate lesbians. I am a lesbian. I was in the closet about it back then. Rape has no sexual orientation. What was done to me by that very ugly police cunt still gives me nightmares. The police have changed their cameras all throughout Bell Canyon pavilions many times, and my cousins swear that the police do that throughout the city of Phoenix, and that this happens in Glendale too. I have heard that much camera footage is fake, and that are poor that and that are poor and that the poor are the target of the police. I left my job at the cinemas after a cop killed a boy who used to have a crush on me. The policeman said, quote, "Die, you N-word." I'm not going to say the N-word verbatim, end quote. He didn't say that bit, but, he said, "Die, you N-word," in quotations. So, then shot him in the head. That is when I sorry. That is when I started. It's missing a T. I was having a moment then. That's when I started carrying firearms. We need to return to Black Power because Black Lives Matter is outdone by Blue Lives Matter. Several of us have been told not to talk to anyone. Many of us are being told that our families will die if we talk. It is the police that are threatening us, not the gangs, which are a joke out here anyway. Today, a policeman told one of my friends that if he talked to anyone that he saw on May 27th, that he would kill his mother. and that he would go to jail for it. The police are Nazis. I am not exaggerating because several of them are card-carrying Nazis belonging to the terrorist organization, the National Socialist Movement of Arizona. I am on my way out of this state, and so are all my friends. I want nothing to do with Arizona. I am not doing this for your silly dead friends that. Oh God, that's a fucking way of putting it. Jesus. I'm not doing this for your dead friends at the synagogue. I am doing this is because this is not the first time the police have killed children at Bell Canyon pavilions. You don't need to know or even understand how I know about the events that took place on May 27th. The truth is, a lot of us know exactly what is going on. This is exactly what I was getting on about earlier. The motherfucking lumpen, no, because this shit goes on all the fucking time. They don't they don't turn their brains off when they see shit happening. They watch and they learn. So they know these things are going on and they know what's going on in the fucking world today. And they know damn well what goes on in the worst of locations, the places where it becomes like the Bermuda Triangle. Because those worlds that go dark, those sides of first world society is the sides that we know better than anyone. Remember, in that side of society, it is the police that is trying to herd the lumpen in essentially what is our region. And the police are working with essentially what a lumpen bourgeoisie. It's a fucking small world after all. You don't need to know or even understand how I know about the events of it. Truth is, a lot of us know exactly what is going on, and most of us agree to talk about it. Um, the only reason why you are making a big deal about this is because Jews were killed. This has happened in Arizona to Wiccans and Muslims and Catholics many times, and no one has said a thing about it. I admit that I am bitter when it comes to Jews. Fucking hell, that's a statement and a half. Sound the alarms. Oh no, don't worry, it's alright. I don't hate Jews, I just happen to be bitter. We are not ones making up ridiculous conspiracy theories about Jews or confusing Jews as a race or lying about the Talmud. All you want to do is vote and climb the white man's ladder then when you get high enough, you leave us in the dust. Okay, so just to break this down and give it more clarity so it sounds a little less worse than it is sounding here. You can see for what the direction is. This comes from a big problem that happens in uh, first world society. The African American and even the Native community as well have a bit of a conflict with the Jewish community because there is a common case with people of the Jewish community of being caught essentially in a rock and a hard place. So that rock and a hard place ends up making them a lot of the time appeal to the American society to try and keep safe essentially. Like, because if you're one of these sort of middle class, as I guess America would put it, behaved Jews, you'll be fine. They won't fucking torment you like they'll torment uh what's it um the lower class Jews. Like, if you behave like a white European, they're fucking happy days. Welcome to the settler community. Uh, Nice Zionist badge you've got there. I mean, you can see it with the fact that these Nazis are working with the Jewish Defense League. But if you're a lower class Jew, you're fucked. So you're on the shit. So I will come into criticism on their position on this entirely, but I understand where they're coming from. Like, their problem is that because of this net appeal that happens, which they're not expressing that it is a function within society that is designed that way based off the way Zionism and settler colonialism in general works. The what's it? You end up being accepted into the veil of whiteness, but if you try and hold on to your culture and hold your ground onto what you are, especially if you're in the lumpen proletariat, you're it's open door to have you bloody murdered. And that makes a lot of people in the Jewish community instantly not want to be in that situation and want to, go for safety, as anyone would, any community does. And exactly as well, what they point out here is the fact that no one has given a shit about the Wiccans being murdered or the Arabs being murdered. I know the Bundes give a shit. I know it's not a fair statement on the Bundes, but when I'm talking about the wider general community, like we can all go loud about this one, but no one has gone loud about any other one. Well, no one's really going loud about this one either, love. But I get what you're saying. The but the thing is that you don't ever hear about the situations with other groups a lot of the time, so it does create this narrative thing. It comes from the way that Zionism has basically provoked their media. The fake outcrying has caused that to have a is it a Mandela? It has like a pasting effect where it then causes people to perceive that from the active actual community. I mean, we see a lot of this bleed over where people try and treat the the Zionist community as a part of the Jewish community, which is not true. They're not part of the Jewish community. Zionism is more Protestant than it is Jewish. But this ends up blending into people's mentality when they analyze these situations, especially with the types of narratives that linger around America. But at least they're honest about the situation. I wish they wouldn't have been so harsh about people that have been dead, calling them silly dead friends. Like, that's a bit fucking cold. But it's from the streets. As in, it's from the ground. It's from the streets. This is as it is. This is what they think. And this is how the people of the street are going to want to operate. This is how they're going to want to operate. We speak the truth. If we feel a certain way, we feel a certain way. We're going to tell you as it is. Such a justice, it's such a disgrace that people disregard this struggle from happening, yet felt gladly to support struggles when it doesn't affect them. American Marxists are cowards. Yeah, exactly. And we're on the last document now. As the sunlight comes creeping in, I can turn off the lamp. Now we got some cool light. I've took the warm light away. The colors have changed. Spooky. Final document. Another anonymous report. This one knew Omar Hafez. I did not know Rabbi is Isaiah Kamatstein. Oh, welcome, Louis. How you doing, my man? I know Omar Hafez. There are a lot of groups. Sorry, there are a lot of people out there who know. We are all scared. Many of us are now choosing to leave Arizona. I plan to stay. I plan to just lay low for a few years. This situation is very unsettling. I thought that I was going to be brave and put my name out there, but after finding out that all video footage that could prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt has been removed and in some cases replaced, I have decided to be anonymous. All your eyewitness testimonies are important. They will serve the future when a real eye is finally given to the things that happen all the time. It is not. It is not that no one knows, or even that no one cares. No one wants to believe these things are happening. Very simple. Midnight Productions is a perfect example because most say that the pornographic human trafficking syndicate does not exist when it really does. I knew Omar Hafez, sister, and sister Rana Hafez. The only thing I knew about Rabbi Kamatstein was that he was Omar Hafez's boyfriend. Omar only had a small number of friends. All but five of his friends did not go to the wedding. I am one of the five that did not go, and the reason was it seemed odd. It seemed so odd that this interfaith minister would sell to both Rabbi Kamatstein and Omar the idea that Isaiah's synagogue was the ideal place to have the wedding. Oh, there we go. Well, there's the fucking red alarm. It was set up from the fucking start. They, what's it? Let me read that again. I am one of five that did not go, and the reason was it seemed so odd that this interfaith minister would sell to both Rabbi Kamatstein and Omar the idea that Isaiah's synagogue was the ideal place to have the wedding. So this, I hope this elaborates further down, but this seems like it's pointing that this was a fucking what's it? Fucking itchy nose. That this was a setup. That this massacre didn't just happen because they heard it was happening. That this massacre was well planned in advance. But again, I don't know how good renting vans is today. Omar is not an idiot, but he was overly sentimental. Larry Grant was suspicious to me, and I tried so many times to express that to Omar. Isaiah was more reluctant to trust Larry Grant. And I had almost got Rabbi Kamatstein to have the wedding someplace else. But Omar had Rabbi Kamatstein wrapped around his finger. Larry Grant was very convincing to Omar. He had told Omar that doing this in the synagogue would be symbolic. To understand this, you would have to understand what the cosmopolitan Jewish Reconstructionist community of Phoenix, Arizona stood for. I may not have known the members of that synagogue very well, but I know two of them well enough before Omar and Rabbi Kamatstein even met. I know how the cosmopolitan Reconstructionist Jewish community of Arizona would take the testimonies of those who fell victim to the thuggish attacks of the police. I understand how symbolic Rabbi Kamatstein's synagogue was. I don't think it was even registered with the crappy liberal reconstructional establishment, and I don't think most of the Jews who came to Rabbi Isaiah Kamatstein's synagogue ever really cared. CJRC stood for actual Judaism um, in a way that what Amy Park called Tikkun Olam, the idea of fixing the world. I knew both Amy Park and David Krams. Not much of any other ideas of the synagogue is all not much of any other member of the synagogue. Sorry, it was originally called Phoenix Jewish Reconstructionist Community. It would later be called Cosmopolitan Reconstructionist Community of Phoenix, Arizona. Then it was called Cosmopolitan Jewish Reconstructionist Community of Phoenix, Arizona. I think the long name helped it go unnoticed, but to the poor Jews and even poor Christians who the synagogue had been friendly towards, this was synagogue of Torah action instead of Torah story time. It made me want to be Jewish. Of course, I could never be Jewish. I agree with what Rabbi Kamat-Zinn had explained to me when he told me that conservative reform and reconstructionalists are that for those already Jewish who have had a hard time keeping Orthodox Judaism due to lack of observance yet need for religiosity. Very Demarcus position. The radical messages of I'll see you later, Louis. The radical messages of that Jewish community was starting to enrage many of the nearby neighborhoods. The synagogue should not have been the place for that wedding. I knew most of the non-members aside from Rabbi Kamat-Zinn, Amy Park, and David Krams. I did not know any of the members. I knew most of the non-members who got murdered on the 27th, aside from Amar Hafez and his sister Rana Hafez. I knew Linda Cold and her boyfriend Yuri Adaya, Samantha Wilson, Nesreen Sadiq, and Elizabeth Tushin. A few things are confusing to me though. Maybe Larry Grand really was just an idiot who could make it something so unreal that it would seem that the police had helped with this mass shooting. Aside from my plan to be low key with everything I do, I also plan to become armed now. It is the police that we must defend ourselves from, not crooks. This really pushes the need for what the Panthers were pushing about the revolutionary lumpen proletariat and the need for we need lumpen gangs. We need gang organization. When you have the people working together under the street code, feeding the people, maintaining the people, housing, healthcare, anything, whatever we can do to help, when we compile our resources together, we can do something. Nothing is being done right now. We're getting nowhere. We need to bring ourselves together. We need to learn from the people what their needs are, what their wants are, how they operate, what they think, what they want, how to communicate correctly and respectfully. And then you need to help organize dual power, feed the people, house the people, home the people. Once you start doing the responsibilities the government has abandoned for the people, you formalize a new governmental force, a force of new society, one that has its demands forward that it wants to enforce, not that it wants to push within the system, what it wants to enforce. Because unfortunately, there isn't a peaceful way about this, and we don't get to live in Haz's wonderland of legal revolution or whatever the fuck that is. So I mean, we've got this massive turmoil in Arizona that's been going on for decades. Decades. I mean, you heard the police testimony. They were massacring Wiccans in the fucking same fucking locale in 1997 using integrated police informants as well. So easy to slip a police informant in. You build a character, especially when you've got the CIA and other people like that that can get involved with these things. And then what does it lead to? A wedding brings up, and the informant is like, bingo. That's our open door. We get them to go to we just tell them, no, go to the synagogue for your wedding. And we set it up that you go and fucking bag them and fucking run. because it's in the area that they can fucking easily control the in and out of. They can deploy more police into because it is a blip on the map. It's a dark zone. It's where lumpen people get fucking murdered, battered, beaten, trafficked, robbed by the fucking lumpen aristocracy and lumpen bourgeoisie, because it's always the aristocrats that work with the system, whether lumpen or fucking labor. There's not too much of a difference between a lot of these types. I mean, the labor aristocracy of Arizona are the ones that just want to believe nothing's happening, so nothing's happening. Whilst the lumpen aristocracy, workers, foot soldiers for the lumpen bourgeoisie, kidnapping lumpen proletarians. So when you hear people coming at this and trying to say, oh, lumpen, they're just servants of the bourgeoisie, ask them if they understand what the lumpen really is, because the lumpen isn't just one class. The lumpen is a section of society. Lumpen is several classes. As a society as in general, you have the lumpen proletariat. When people say proletarianize the lumpen proletariat, they are fucking idiots. Already proletarianized, probably more so than any fucking class in the first world, you fucking gimps. And then what's it? They'll be like, oh, the lumpen are all foot soldiers of capital and big gangsters and other stuff like that. And it's like, that's the lumpen aristocracy and the lumpen bourgeoisie. They're not lumpen proletarians. Completely different class culture. Like, are you like, is there something wrong with the brain? These people just want to look and be like, disenfranchised society? Well, they're all bad. Fuck that. I mean, what are you supposed to be doing as a communist? Ignoring the people? Like these are able people, mind you. I'm a fucking cripple. Process that I've come with this. I am producing this content for the main purpose of A, trying to bring about. Got a fucking hair on the bottom of my nose, keeps tickling it. Go away. One, to bring the enlightenment of dual struggle out there and try and push street epistemology and bring an expensive bring an expansion into MRN that brings us closer to street organization, because that's what we need to be. We need to be doing food programs and other nice fucking ways of bringing the rightful things and the needs to the people to them, and eventually hopefully building up to be able to occupy our own properties that we can use for homeless shelters as we conglomerate ourselves together and we get a larger amount of the capital amongst us to be able to invest in. Even more so, fucking heck, it's tickling my nose. Even more so, I can't seem to get it. Is it gone? Even more so, finding abandoned buildings that we can squat on, because if you squat on a building long enough, you basically get ownership over it. I believe it's like if it's a piece of land that's been abandoned, I think it's like 60 days. But I don't know ins and outs of that. I'd rather try and just get some funds and get it that way, so that the police don't have an excuse to just shut things down. But I ain't got no fucking money. The obviously it would be nice to get the community more engaged with trying to build up the capacity to do that, but the building dual power is the main process that really needs to be pushed in the first world context, because that's how we can build an effective anti-war struggle. 2, I elevate the lumpen and the colonized peoples and immigrants and all sorts of the first world, the lumpen proletariat, and enlighten and bring forward their world, they exist in and their voices, and enlighten that to a community of aristocrats that really fucking don't give a shit. Push that narrative they want to ignore, push that reality they want to ignore right up their ass, in the sphere that they operate in, because they don't operate in the real world. Three, the same thing that I just said, but with the third world issues as well, because that helps with the building up of the anti-war movement. And then four is a I think it's four I'm on now. Four would be combining two and three, so bringing the lumpen and the third world together, and bringing greater connections with the lumpen proletariat, the third world and the fourth world, having a more cohesive relationship. Fourth world being the colonized peoples, because this will greater enhance the anti-war struggle, but will also expand on the already or that's the natural affinity that these class this class and nations of peoples have, like the third world and fourth world nations have with the London proletariat. Bringing these people together makes complete sense and needs to be done. And of course, trying to bring in dissertation to a discourse of poison with beyond toxic is the way in which the fucking labor aristocracy has been operating things. For anything from cancel culture to fucking what's it, debate bro culture and all this other bollocks. You can't have an active discussion with people. You can't get down to fucking strict business with people. You can't talk about what we're going to do next. It's all just speculation about the future and speculation about the past with no influence on the fucking now. Like I have just been talking about. This is the now. Arizona has not changed in fucking 2 years because it didn't change in fucking 30 years. It's still fucking happening now. Still been happening throughout all fucking the last fucking decades. It's funny how the so-called Marxists on the Caleb camp, their views on the poor are that not much different from the liberals they hate. I mean, yeah, they almost have like a terror of the poor. Like the poor are gonna fucking they might grab my pencils, as something Caleb might say. I mean, these people are bourgeois in culture. It's the thing with the labor aristocracy. So they are completely captivated and encapsulated in that idea that people at the bottom are scummy people and have earned that way of living. These are people that apparently understand capitalism isn't a meritocracy, mind you, because that's one of the. I hate to have to be funny at the Caleb crew here, but even the neo Marxists have pointed out that capitalism is not a meritocracy. Please catch up. And the neo Marxists are revisionist shitheads. If they can figure it out, where the fuck are you, fam? And Haas seems to believe in meritocracy as well because he uses the whole, whoa, they're just D-class chuds argument for people who are comp- criticizing fucking, well, I can't remember what it was they were criticizing, but he turned out, I was like, whoa, you just upset that you're a D-class chud, and it's no. This is how these people think. They just like, what's it? If you got a criticism on the intellectual aristocracy, you were a fucking probably just some lower class bimmy who don't understand how important they are, and that's how they think. It's all about this self importance. They are gonna bring the future. Uh, no, intellectualism has been nothing but a fucking cascade over society since it rose up in the 1930s. I mean, the culture already existed prior, but it wasn't really given a proper label or anything until the Roosevelt era, because Roosevelt shaped the Democrat Party around the intellectualists. Um, this is actually what it is core, corely founded around, not around the working class, like people think it was changed to during the Roosevelt era. Intellectualism is fascism. It's a core foundative culture of the aristocracy. Intellectualism um, is so essentially. It's hard to put it into proper description, but the preach to authority is a perfect example of intellectualism in action. So, like, preach preach to authority is centered around the idea that anyone can't step up and criticize a certain situation unless they have the authoritative capacity to do it, and that is a strict alignment to gatekeep to the narrative to those who which are in the better off position. And that means even people of poor demographics to get into that better off position end up becoming shitty human beings, to put it lightly. And even good people who are going against the system at large end up falling into this trap when they come from the aristocracy, because they almost have this foundation of the big I am, is the way I put it. It's rationalism. So your tangible argument and tangible experiences can't be true to them because they have read X, they have read Y, they have watched video on B, C, and D. Doesn't tangibilize with their rationalization of society. Empirics is a poison to these people, when empirical analysis is the foundation for dialectical materialism. You can't be a dialectical materialist and be a rationalist. Those are contradictory positions. I can't remember the name of the Marxist who talked about this. He's a Marxist that everyone hated, but he goes on about this. Um, dialectical materialism is an empirical form of analysis and comes into contradiction with the rationalization of intellectualism. But intellectualism basically foundates a cultural hegemony around the intelligentsia of society. It's centered capitalism around the aristocracy rather than specifically around bourgeoisie culture. This is where you saw the shift from it being all very platonic bourgeois centered culture and media and other things like that to it being more middle class, which actually eventually opened the door for working class people to be like, hey, where's our fucking appreciation and media? And we got bloody what's it? Things like Faulty Towers and Monty Python, which are considered to be the best comedies. What's it? Some of the best comedies ever made. What's it? But they were still dominated by the aristocracy. The aristocracy were the guys who were in those comedies. It was very rare that you saw big working class actors. I mean, there are a few out there. Tom Baker and Christopher Eccleston. Those two actors were working class in upbringing, but otherwise dominated medium. And before then it was more so what's it? A very like the culture was very bourgeois in early capitalism, and it caused the aristocracy to have a separate cultural deviation, or they were trying to go back to feudalism. This is where you get a lot of the early anarchists, because they're not really, like, when you compare them to actual anarchists, they're not really anarchists. They're just a bunch of salty feudal lords that wanted to go back to feudalism. Same with the mercantilists, the lower capitalists, the ones in the petit bourgeois. They found that society wasn't very representative of them either at that point, and they wanted to go back to mercantilism. That's why one of the other things humanism had to sort of give a bit of a spark to. And I am actually, yeah, given the civilization narrative, I imagine intellectualism was born with humanism, which would explain the intellectualism that appears in Marxism and Marxism-Leninism. It would come from the humanist tendencies that were born from Marxism, and Marxism was very heavily inspired by Victorian society. Some of people don't take into account the European issues regarding Marxism. But like I said, this is the era now. The media that America has consumed has played a huge part why fascism has always been mainstream. Yeah, I mean, what's it, especially with the progenitization of third wave politics in the modern era. The reason why entertainment as a whole has gone to shit because the cultural entertainment has shifted along. It's almost exclusively to middle class. Well, I mean, it was only ever appeasing to working class ideals. Um, yeah, there is a simulation to this, but they only had working class ideals in it before because that was a way of mediating control. It was the social democrats being like, um, the workers are kind of angry. We should maybe make them feel like we like them and love them and want them in society, and that's why you started to get things that are a little more off block. But the what's it? Bloody what's it? The middle class have always dominated the medium. The only thing you saw where they didn't was music, and look what happened to music after that. Post 90s, music basically turned into a, oh, what? You ain't got money? Fuck off. And now it's just full of loads of overtrained fucking schoolboy musicians. Like, even some of the bands that are absolutely fucking making cracking songs, the songs are disconnected from reality. They have nothing to do with the horrible world we live in today, which is, I can't fucking deal with music that's like that. It pisses me off. Well, I can deal with songs that are like that, but music as a whole for an artist, you can't be ignorant of reality. That's pathetic. But also, they're all a bunch of fucking posh noths. I don't give a shit. I've heard everything handed to them on a plate. You compare that to like metal in the fucking and punk in the 80s and the 70s. You have people who would be putting their last few pennies towards getting bits of equipment together, getting a fucking van between the three of them, living in said van, and I mean like we're talking like a little RV sort of Volkswagen camper van thing, like nothing big, like just a little VW camper van, and they'll have all their equipment cramped in there, and four blokes living in the fucking thing, maybe five if they've got a separate singer. No, I'm telling you now, there ain't enough fucking room for five people to be living in one of them when there isn't fucking all your performance and fucking recording equipment and all that fucking, by recording I mean like your smaller amps for when you do your recordings and all that stuff. Or maybe they just use the fucking, I imagine they just use the performance one when you're on a budget. But all your amps and other stuff in the fucking in band with you, you're fucking cramped up. But that's the way they were rolling. They had fuck all money to go and spend. Um, there's a testament video I think for a cover they did of Nobody's Fault that shows an image of some of the shit they were doing in the early years. But that was the life that people were going for then. People don't take risks like that anymore because they don't have to. The people and you can't get anywhere by doing that kind of risk anymore either. Its gate is very narrow. You would just be a nobody of anything, won't make enough money to keep yourself sustained, and eventually have to give up. Like you see so much with so many bands. It's a broken system of shit. The state of art represents the health of the civilization. The worse a piece of art is, and huge numbers, the closer a society is to decline. Jesus. Fucking hell. Fucking spitbag to the rescue. In general, when I'm saying is art as a whole represents the health of the civilization, Western civilization as a whole is on its last legs due to the state of its art. Yeah, we have entered the the recycle years where we're just pushing and recycling through our entertainment. The and their entertainment is a part of the way we use things to normalize people to these tormentative things that happen in society. They normalize people to fascism. But they're also dissociating people, giving them their little bubble world to just away. And you see a lot of communities in the world that are like this. Any bit of politics and you're fucking done for. They want to be completely cut off from the world. They don't want to know anything of the harshness that's going on out there. It's hard to say if it exists. I mean, I wouldn't that be the 80s? Like, or would it be the 90s with the massive export shows? What's it? But yeah, this all compiles into the here and now. Like, tried to get this out. Fred Hampton leftists said they were going to involve with us, and then they just decided to ignore us. They're a bunch of shitheads. Be wary of them. They were more bothered about talking about AOC's dress and engaging in fucking that sort of batty politics. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The mid 2000s was about when I stopped watching shows that come from Japan. Or really tarry tough. Power fantasy or a harem fantasy. That's the state of Japanese entertainment. I think you mean yeah. I think you mean haram is in sin. But it really gauges me as to why do all these leftist organizations refuse to talk about this when it's brought, even when it's brought to them, it's brought to them. I bring it to several people who are involved with Jimmy Dore, and they just ignored me. I bring it to several people involved with Fred Hampton leftists. Sorry, I get one response off a geezer, and then he just decides to vanish. I get fucking brain. I'm gonna fuck. Over to reiterate, it started to go downhill in the mid 2000s. I'm saying this is someone that has been exposed to Japanese animation in the late 90s to mid 2000s, that the decline started there. I was just saying it was sort of a funny coincidence. Actually, a little bit later than the mid 2000s, actually, because it'd have been in my early high school I started watching it. So it'd been 2000, 2010 to 2013, somewhere around there. But I really want to gauge why all these communists and leftists and supposed mm, pe- the men of the people, women of the people, fucking don't want to talk about this. I mean, what's it? We had that fucking B-level dick cheese who said he would talk about it, didn't talk about it. Um, Connor Gillis has stabbed it in the back and caused wrecking, as it's called. You have, what's it? Fred Hampton Leninists absolutely ignoring the situation, even though they said that it was interesting, they wanted to be involved, and then, oh, through my joint, disappeared. We contacted them to ask him Wagwan, and nada. Um, Tried to run Pacone and people like that. They don't want anything to do with it. I've tried the Jimmy Dore show, no response. Thinking of trying to get Gray and Albert, other people like that. All these people don't want to truly look at the struggles that are happening, and they don't want to be associated with having to actually express something that is going on that is a struggle against the police, a struggle against the system. They're afraid. They're more bothered about keeping that subscriber count up high and those likes up high too, and those shares and those views and those this and those that, Patreon payments and all this other fucking malarkey. Day I ever set something up like that won't be for me, it'll be for dual power. You will not dare see me be fucking taking money for myself. It's disgusting behavior. And what's it? We need to be building a movement, not profiting. This isn't a profiteering run. This is fucking struggle. I started to see a shift in 2008 with the emergence of haram anime and huge numbers in the early 2010s as we started seeing garbage like Sile, which is essentially a power fantasy mixed with haram. Back to the Arizona situation, it's scary to tell how dangerous it is to essentially live in Arizona. The thing that the entire country could potentially be like that, and the Marxists aren't talking about it. Oh wait, I got some post. 1 second. Sorry about that, bloody post. Oh. Megadeth cassette. This went from being an exposure video to an unboxing video, I guess. So far so good, so what? Oh no, it's not, sorry. Rest in peace. Good day, my dear boy. My dear boy is led to stream again. It's using metal tape. Oh, I hope it's using metal tape. That'd be interesting. Doesn't say anywhere like it should. What's it? Common practice with cassettes. That's it. So, got myself a funky old Walkman on the ground. But how long do you think my last night's stream will still be up? What did you do? Okay, seriously, is what angers me is this could happen to all of us. Arizona is a testing ground for the entire North American continent, and not and North American continent. Marxists are not ready for the open fascism to come. Yeah, exactly. They're absolutely strudel. They don't know what to fucking do with themselves. Fuck Caleb Muffin has, Be Liberal, and all those fuckers that nothing is happening in Arizona. That they think nothing is that think nothing is happening in Arizona. Fucking fascist pieces of shit. But you'll log in, late again to stream. I haven't managed to watch it yet, so I don't know what you've done to get yourself in trouble. But then again, calling for Palestine's freedom is probably enough to get yourself in trouble. What's it? If I can have two streams up, even though they are anti-fascist with the swastika on the picture, I think you'll be fine. The Arizonan flag looks like it was built for that, though, to be fair. So it's probably why it just goes past the radar. They're like, oh, well, that's just the Arizonan flag. But the ignorance of Arizona is a common relationship with the common ignorance of the lumpen proletariat. What's it? These people, no penalty for shooting the IDF and stabbing them in the head. I can't see any problem with that. They think they can do it to everyone else. Not in real life. Pussy fucking around. Israel should not exist. Settler colonial land. Land that has very commonly been agreed upon that is holy land, not own land. He said libist. But, this situation with Arizona shows the common ignorance of the aristocracy to the proletarian struggles. They're so happy to talk about shit that fucking affects them or talk about shit in a far gone place. But when it's the lumpen proletariat in their own backyard, they're silent. You just, to them, these people deserve it. Quote, Israel has no right to exist, needed to exist, needed his America, Canada, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and for the fuck of it, the French, they can go fuck themselves. Um, yeah, fuck the French. But the what's it? Yeah, means need not. Sorry, exist. So to exist, need not. America, Canada, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and the fuck the French. Yeah, sure. I mean, what's it? Britain, France is a tricky one with whatever's going to go on there. I don't know the full scope of it because you do have the Celtic French, the Norman French, and the Catalonian French, the demographics. So something's got to happen there. That's a similar situation to the way Britain is organised. That's still a colonial relationship. You want to look at it like that. But the Britain needs to decolonize, break up. I mean, we could be a union again. It's just we can't be Britain. We got to fucking sort our shit out and sort out devolution and come together after we've all got our own terms and our own power and our own sovereignty. Yeah, the aristocracy is a fucking pisser off, and especially people in the third world because they basically spit fire at them rather than be helpful. They'd rather just spit fire. Yeah. I mean, need not still worked anyway, so yeah, I get you, lad. And yeah, the aristocracy really pisses a lot of people off when people from all across the political spectrum calls for your abolishment. Labor aristocracy is a fascist class of imperialism. Lenin pointed this out. Their purpose is to protect the system, and they'll do anything to do that. And in the developed societies, which is what we call the first world today, the aristocracy would be an absolute blocker to any build of working class power within the country. And they do, they stamp all over it. But what's it? Push this out there, push the words out there. People need to hear this shit. They need to listen to what's going on in Arizona, and they really need to fucking bite the bullet on their bollocks, get their head in the game, and understand this is the fucking world we live in. I'm sorry no one's here to hold your hand anymore, lad, but it's where we're at. Arizona is a fascist state. It's the twilight zone of America. And as if you need to fucking what's it as if you really could possibly be in disbelief in America, a nation where pretty much every day you hear about African American people being shot and treated like animals. How is this any more surprising? But it's easy to ignore the situations that go on with that for the labor aristocracy. They already do a good enough job of ignoring the plight of the African American people. So when it comes to another struggle of Jews, Muslims, Wiccans, Irish, natives, African Americans, these people are fucking left to the dust. They, the way these white people see it is, at least it's not the white people being killed, at least it's not the aristocracy being killed, and they ply to their safety of what that guarantees them, and how they can just completely ignore what's going on. They actually have the political voice, the capacity of power to get shit out there. They don't use it. They have the money to be able to be more of a louder voice, to be more engaged with the community, build these larger communities on things like YouTube and all that, and Twitter and the malarkey. They've got all these connections to millions of people, but they can't focus on the real world shit and tell millions of people about the fucking real shit. What's this gonna get? I'm gonna probably get like a few hundred people that see this, and not because I'm bothered that, oh well, no one's fucking coming in front of me. No, my problem is that limits the amount of people that wanted to see this. That's why before putting it up on here, I wanted to go on to different places to get this, bigger places with bigger community bases, and the one that is centered around America, so that people in America can hear what the fuck is going on in America. Shit that they should have already heard, but they've probably decided to fucking deny. And it can't be on anymore. So we need to push this out there. You need to enlighten people. It needs to be one of the main points of discussion when you talk about America. And the natives in this struggle, just for Caleb and Haz's position, are the same natives that are calling for their fucking land back. So how about you go down to Arizona and tell them you ain't giving it back, and see what they have to say about it to you. These people are fighting, and it is being blackened out with ignorance. And soon this shit will spread across America. Texas is already priming to implement those Arizonan policies. You are going to see a world of hurt. America thinks it's a victim now. The Great Depression has only just started. Wait till you see what economic downfall does to the political establishment if you think Trump was ever a fascist with his weirdly neoliberal reforms. But the caveat is that you're now going to really truly experience the terror of this society. The labor aristocracy is an obstacle to revolution. They have to be severely weakened for revolution to be possible. Yep, exactly. Without the labor aristocracy, the military-industrial complex couldn't exist, and neither would the prison-industrial complex. Exactly. Empires live for 250 on average. Americans collapse in 2026. We lasted quite a while then, didn't we? Because the British Empire started in, was it 1500s, was it? I can't remember now. I would still put us within the average, though. About 300 years. No, be 400, wouldn't it? Because 15 to the 1970s. We technically still exist, and that's one of the scary things about this, actually, because if Kanzuk forms, Britain could become the new hegemonic power, and that's spooky. You don't want that to happen. Britain is what created America. That's just the one thing you want to always take into account. That the horrible shit that spawned in America, that fucking horrible creature of white supremacy, that come from Britain's arsehole. We shut that one out on a fucking flywheel. What's it? It's the origins. British Hollywood. No, we don't have Hollywood here because we're not movie centric. Britishism. But no, I mean, we've got a contest for powers now. We've got the Kanzuk Union, the European Union, the Chinese imperial structure. You've got the American Empire. Russia is the secondary power, likely allying over to China or the EU. Funnily enough, it was British-funded organizations that started Russiagate in 2014, or what eventually become Russiagate. So there may be a little sickness that they're starting havoc there, but this world is absolutely boiling into shit. And this Great Depression is going to be the fucking climax of it. Great Depressions come when empires are about to die. The Great Depression that happened in the 1930s was the fucking death note of the British Empire. And what's it? The this Great Depression is going to be the worst economic crash in human history. The aristocracy thinks Arizona will be a fluke. It'll just be in that one place. They want to think again. Arizona is going to be everywhere. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be everywhere in thick. Without Donald Trump, America would probably have been an extra 20 to 30 years. Well, not exactly. If the Democrats hadn't stopped Trump from aligning with Putin, America would have 20 or 30 years. What accelerated America wasn't Trump's policies. Trump's policies were in line with Bush policies. What accelerated America's downfall, it wasn't really an acceleration, they just stuck on their already terrible path, is that there was an outlet that they could have gotten an alliance with Russia, formed a commercial pact, and become imperialist allies, and that would have given America a longer time before China could top it as an imperialist power and an ally that borders China from the north. But what's it? Um, America decided to turn around and throw a hissy fit and spread Russiagate all over the place. That caused turmoil, havoc as it may. Britain will Britain Britain will make America its bitch again if it happens. I imagine so. Gotta get our money back. We spent a lot of money on you and you fucking ran away, you little shit. Hopefully that spurs on the decolonization and revolutionary process of America, and that fucking people become more inclined to struggle as it becomes more apparent that it is not the land of the free. I disagree with the narrative that he was an idiot. I think people that call him an idiot are underestimating the way he operated. Incompetent, yeah. An idiot, no. Trump was not stupid. I mean, for one, he's a fucking class A comedian. There've been famous comedians that pointed out that he's purposefully doing a fucking act with the way he behaves. I mean, this is what Boris Johnson does. If you believe Trump's an idiot, you believe Boris Johnson's an idiot. Neither of them are. I mean, Trump isn't as smart as Boris, but they're not fucking idiots. They know what they're doing. They know how they're playing their game and rolling their dice. It's just Trump is a little more Finkel brain than someone like Boris, but Boris is still a fucking spazoid nonetheless. In American history, I think you overestimate how much damage Trump did to the empire. Well, of course they overestimate how much damage he's done. The damage was already there. Trump wanted to kill Assad. He did. The curse screwed him. Don't call for the death of Assad. You will not fucking win. You'll lose your job like David Cameron, or you'll fucking get what's it? You'll get the sack like Trump did too. Bernie Sanders, the same American twice by a few decades, had he been elected. No, because America's collapse isn't caused by the people being angry. Bernie's thing was to satisfy people being angry. America's collapse is being caused because their financial system is being stretched to oblivion. They're in $1 trillion of debt, trillions of dollars of debt. They like Bernie Sanders could save the uproar. He could not save the economy. Why do you think he's winced in and shut up? Because he's been told that very fucking thing. He's been told to shut up. This is how it's going, and this is how we've got to sort it. We've got to bail out the system. They've got to bail out the system. They've got to try and funnel money everywhere, and they've got to prepare themselves for war, healthcare, and other stuff like that. Something they could do. 1% of their military budget could fucking cover your healthcare. But they don't do it because they need the money, and the military industrial complex won't cheapen down their military industry. What you're probably going to see now to implement Bernie type politics is you are going to see the what's it you are you are likely going to see the either partial or full nationalization of certain parts of military industry to cheapen down the price of the goods, because the military industry has overpriced the fuck out of its goods to rinse the government clean, and it is destroying the American imperial apparatus. If they could cheapen down their military industry, they could then be able to tackle countries better with their forces. The thing is that they put in, China puts in half of what the US puts into its military, which is still fucking ridiculous amounts of money. China's military industry probably costs 4 or 5 times less to buy shit. Same as Russia. It's a lot cheaper to buy their military equipment. This makes their militaries much more efficient. China, per equipment and capable shit to be able to be acquired and bought, is probably spending more like in what they're acquiring. Like, everyone just thinks about what's being spent out of the society. Well, why don't you think about what they're getting? China might be spending less, but they will probably be getting more because their money doesn't have to be spent as much per item. The US is in such an inefficient position that one of its main gripes and contradictions that it is going to try and be getting its head around is the fact that its military industrial complex needs to be nationalized, or at least partially so that price can be installed onto it at a set rate so that they are not getting so ripped off to the point that they can't support their empire. Because the ruling class that run the military industry seem to have a little fucking scope on what they're doing to their own imperial system, unless they are thinking of just flogging it back to Britain when everything goes wrong. Uh, Rugby, actually, but yeah, no, Boris does straight up. So he tackled a kid in non-contact rugby, by the way. Like, it's non-contact. I think it was tag rugby, and he just goes and fucking belts this kid to the ground. That's our prime minister. He says it was an accident, but I think the kid bullied him in the fucking what's it? Bullied him in the fucking rooms you're in before you go out to play, like fucking the locker room, the locker room. I mean, we've already seen Britain rearranging its military, rearming, putting more money into NATO, which means it is applying more finance control over the organization. The more money you are putting into a finance capital organization, the more power you have within the organ. That is always why the US has been the drastically larger funder of it, not because other people couldn't fund it, not because they didn't want to be a part of the fucking imperialist group as much. It's because the dominant imperialist power dominates the fucking market and everything works that way. Now, other countries are trying to step up and be like, well, actually, no, we're a big provider of these services and we're going to put more into the thing to have more of a conglomeration within the organization of how we operate in it. So the UK is now the second largest donator of money to NATO. We've exchanged our quick response equipment for long engagement equipment, and that spans across the board. We're advancing our rifle technology, our IFV equipment, remodeling. We've already done it. We've remodeled the Warrior, and another quick. We replaced a quick response vehicle that was based off the Warrior with a more hard during version of the vehicle. I think it's called the Wolverine. Um, we are revamping the Challenger 2 into the Challenger 3 with a German gun, smoothbore. Loads and loads of new extensive changes that are occurring throughout the military. Just a massive shift. The US is looking to replace the M1 Abrams. They are experimenting with new IFV equipment and other stuff like that, etc., etc. And you go through all the different militaries, you'll see this. China are doing these advancements. Russia are doing these advancements. They are all preparing for war in a mass degree that we have not seen on the scope for a long time. You know, when the last time we saw people developing on the scope of war for this was the Cold War. What were people preparing for during the Cold War? Oh yeah, World War III. So you might want to take into consideration that this Great Depression, just like the last Great Depression, might be the sparker of a world war. Because all these empires are going to be fucking pissed because they're going to be in the shit end. And they ain't arming up for fucking tea parties. They ain't arming up just to protect a few oil fields. They are arming up for war. Not expeditionary engagement. War. Until people get that into their heads and they really understand that this on and off perpetual war thing is only something that was really working during America's hegemonic placement of imperial position, and that has deteriorated, and that we are now in a position where everyone is vying to be the, hey, I'm the guy who's going to do this, I'm the guy who's going to do that. You've not got conjoint imperialist operation anymore. They're all splintering. Trump's presidency was really the big show of this. Britain and the EU splitting off and doing their own things. Okay, but uh, you know, Britain's actions in Saudi Arabia have been divorced of the American function. You have the split between Britain and France in the operations on North Africa and how they're dealt with. You have the actual Brexit situation and the possibilities of CANZAC, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom formalizing, which would be a European Union style imperialist bloc. And just the existence of the EU. Do I have to go on about Lenin's point about how a union of Europe will arise at the point in which that they wish to challenge the hegemony of US imperialism? The world is the world is revolving just as dialectics are always moving. We ain't stuck in this one nice safe space all the time. Everything is going to deteriorate. We are all at risk when this world war starts. Life becomes dysfunctional as it truly is for everyone else, for the labor aristocracy. But do they side with us? I doubt it. Do you know where they'll side? Well, they always have, with fascism, against the people. And this is where the upper proletariat that they've got encapsulated will turn against them, will side with us, because they will know the truth when it hits them with the 1,000 kilogram bomb. What do you think fucking the third world knows the truth better than anyone else? You can't fucking deny it. It's literally there. You sitting in your ivory tower of bullshit, you could just deny it. When you got jets flying over your head, bombs going down just the boulevard away from you, you know. You don't even need to have someone tell you it's happening. You know. It's your fucking experience. And people shit all over that in the first world. Treat it like trivia. And if not trivia, they use it for their own gallivanting and fence post sitting. But they'll try and say that they've got solidarity to these people, but at the same time will support Zionist fucking projects. And this is the same mentality that brews the ignorance to Arizona. So we need to spread this stuff out there. We need to spread the stuff on the first, third world. We need to spread the stuff on these pockets of struggle in the first world that are ignored and get this word out there big time. We need Gaza Simulator in the first world, but real life version. Yes, I mean, that would really teach people fast, where most of the tower blocks you see have been bombed, where kids are dying weekly and you've people being, the sufficient needs and necessities have been so what's it have been bombed out by the IDF and destroyed that it's hard to acquire specific necessities. You go to a hospital and you could get bombed because they decided today that it's all of a sudden a fucking Hamas base. um and what's it you're struggling to get food, struggling to get healthcare, struggling to get your day-to-day needs. The, the the bombing everything, so education is a fucking hard thing to get. You're most likely going to be taught by your parents on just how to understand and survive uh, the the basics you need because we're in dire struggle, which places a really hard position on these people because of their strong religiosity. They're trapped in a bubble. They're trapped in a prison. These people in the first world haven't got a fucking clue what it has been. I obliged but the newest planes. I would oblige, but the newest planes we got are the Bay of Pigs ones. uh, Bay of Pigs operation in Cuba, 1961. I think it was 61. Um, it's it comes into this. We need to be like pushing out the positions of the Arizonan struggle, of the third world struggle, as far and wide as possible. It should be, when it comes to the discussion of the first world, you should be talking about the Arizona shit I've been dropping to you. And anyone wants to talk about America, especially when people want to talk about the third world, you should be talking about Palestinians fight for peace. You should be talking about Pan Arabism and their movement for freedom. You should be talking about Pan Africanism and what that seeks to achieve. You should be talking about what the complex struggle of Asia and what China's imperialism is doing to the region, not shying away from it because it might be fucking hard to talk about. Yeah, would have been a prop plane. Would it stealthier than a jet? Jets do the sonic boom. Other than stealth jets we've got today, but they're a modern thing in it, Bolivarianism. I don't know what you're saying that in response to. Bolivarianism. You got something else to say? I don't know what in response to what we need to talk about. Oh yeah, I mean, what's it? We need to teach people that the Trotskyite perversion of Bolivarianism isn't the full scope of it, but we also need to criticize the need to expand it to be decolonialist, because the colonialism of South America is so rapidly ignored. Yeah, the first world needs to have it drilled into them, but it's, you know, we got to be talking about these things. We got to be bringing these things out there. We got to be spreading it wide and far. We got to be pushing it, not just, when people try and push that, you got to push it forward. You got to be front and center with these types of views. You know, you hear Palestinian protests going off near your area, you should go join. Fucking take a sign, get angry, join in the chants, film the fucking thing, post it on fucking media, post it around, send it to your friends. Let people know. There's no odd spreading the knowledge about this stuff, and that comes straight back into the Arizona issue. Spread the fucking issue. This issue has so long been ignored, so long been abandoned. It's about fucking time people pulled that fancy red stick out their ass and start using it for something useful. Because the fact that so many separate Marxists, not even just by myself, there's several people before me. They've been trying to get this out before I decided to just say fuck it, I'll do it on my barely subscribed to channel, because we're trying to get it out on bigger sections. When it comes to talking about this, been trying to get this out there. They've been trying to get this out there for 2 years. Loads of different people have been asked. Loads of different people said they'd be fucking willing to and turn their back. But you've got that obnoxious twaticist who said he'd help represent the anarchists and just turned his fucking back on them because he's a stingy little dickhead. Like, fucking, this is the types of people we deal with. An aristocrat telling us he's fucking anarchistic, and then when there's lumpen anarchists that are being murdered by Nazis that are struggling on the streets, he just turns around and fucking walks off. That's the type of people we're dealing with. And what does he walk off to go and do? What? Switch between sucking off Trav's dick, and when he's not doing that, he's sucking off Haz's dick. Trying to be like, oh, yeah, can we work together, Taz? Oh my god, like, fucking Jesus. What what critical thinking brain do you have to think Haz would be a decent person to work with, you feckled fucking aristocrat? Do you need your ass wiping for you to understand the difference between rightist and leftist? This is the dickheads we're dealing with. So many people has this tried to be pushed out to, and constantly ignored. So would be nice if we could get more people talking about this. If we could get bigger labels talking about this. Fuck me. Pester people with a good heart. People like Hakeem. Hakeem's got a good heart. Pester him with this content. I'll try and do a bit of it myself. Pester him with this content because he might turn around and try and enlighten this discussion. Anything you can do that can bring the discussion forward is a fucking good thing to do, and helps enlighten these people's struggle and make these people down there feel like they're being recognized and being treated like human beings, because they don't feel they're already being treated inhuman by the people they're being massacred by. It's more dehumanizing that then when they go to all these people that claim they love and fucking want to help the people, that they get abandoned even further. My friend living in the Netherlands doesn't join Palestinian protests because they start raising Turkish and FSA flags, so he doesn't get involved with that. I mean, what's it? He should really go there and be a voice against the people waving them flags. But I understand why it would just be like, these are just a bunch of dickheads. So I understand the thought. But the obnoxious anarchist told me I don't care about my people. Life is funny, don't you think? Yeah, it's irony. Pure irony. And what's it? It's such a fucking first worldist thing to be coming at it, to be just like, oh yeah, no, this third world individual, because they disagree with my social political beliefs. They don't care about their people, and it's like you're talking about different cultural demographics. I think I was actually there when you were having the argument with him as well, because I remember being angry. That's a commonality anyway. I remember being angry. Which time are you on about? But what's it in Trav's general discussion? I think it was. Yeah, no, inserted his head in Trav's ass. B level, just threw it away and ignored it. You were always there. I just appear at the right time. That's all it is. I hear that people are being fucking racist. I'm like, how dare you? Fair enough. I always picked up arguments knowing that you might bail me. Well, what's it? I would always see the so because from my perspective, I'd just come in essentially. So I've had my shirt on inside out the entire time, you know. I'd come into the chat and I'd see him arguing with people about things, and it'd always be like something that we over here are like, yeah, no, that's sweet, but in Islamic culture, they're like, nah, we're not really a fan of that. We're not gonna I'm not gonna fucking have you for it, but we don't really like it, and it's like spidey senses. But you know, like what's it? We'll be respectful about the fact that you agree with something we disagree with, which is fucking fair game. And then everyone is just going rapid at him, like fucking attacking him, calling him like inhuman, horrible, and other stuff like that. Fucking all the slurs you could ever respect for someone that have dead step on the liberal sensibilities of the first world. And that's in big air quotations because they're not very sensible, really. The what's it? I'd have to just literally come in and I have to turn around and say the fucking obvious. He is a third world Arab. His culture does not coincide with yours. It and I fucking then I start. You mean you stop being a shithead? Basically, he'll terrorize them. He knows how to piss them off, so he'll stop being a dickhead because they're being dickheads. But what's it? What would happen is I'd have to turn around and explain the obvious of cultural demographics, and I have to also explain because they're like, oh yeah, but there's obviously going to be people in this culture or in this society that are going to be X, Y, Z, and that are going to want to change things to be X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, okay, if they exist, they will change it. If they exist, they will force a movement. They will come out and push for it. And to say that if the population's too small, there's a trans movement and trans people make up like 0.02% of the population. That's still a big number, but that's the percent they make. That's, well, I mean, it's a big number of people when you look at the scope, but that's the percent they make. And they have a movement. So if the movement will arise, the movement will arise. I'm not going to turn around and say that they have to be the way that we've decided we have to be when they haven't come to that decision. They come to that decision, they come to that decision. That's a fight they can have amongst themselves. It's not us to wade in on. We have our own fights. They don't come over here and come and tell us what to do. They don't come over here with their Iraqi Sharia law and their Islamic ray guns. No, they fucking when they come over here. I was speaking with some of the protesters who was explaining this, and I've had this explained before. They, as the Quran dictates, they live by the law of the land that they live on, and they respect it, even if it is oppressive to them. That's the Islamic community. They respect the law of the land, even if they disagree with it. I even told around and told him, I was like, at the end of the day, the law of the land is racist to you. You should be disagreeing with it. You shouldn't be fucking being so reciprocitous or in acting in such reciprocity to us because we're not giving it back endways. But that's the way that he said he has to be. As far as he is concerned, if he doesn't like it, he should just go and move with the nation of his people. Um, this is a common issue that has come across both Islamic and Jewish culture. Is that normally they're more inclined to leave than struggle in some circumstances because of their culture being a lot more posh and stuff. If you go through history, actually quite different, but that's because of historical circumstance. The first world has bred a different reaction at these things, but when you look at this issue, it's just one of the things that really spices you on this stuff. That they don't come and tell us what to do, and they even turn around and say that if they wanted to, they would rather just go home and have their things their way that way. But what's it? The fucking we go around and control the fuck out of their world. Like what's it? Fucking hell, it's just sticking up in the air. We go and manipulate and control their land since fucking Britain got control over half the more than half of the region in 1917, 1918. It dominated it. Balfour Declaration goes through. We slowly develop Israel over time, develop the genocide that's going on there. When the state is actively going against us, fighting back is a must. Exactly. Exactly. Honestly, if our homes weren't being bombed, we'd live there. Exactly. This is the point that he laid out as a Libyan Arab in Britain, that if his home wasn't under siege and being destroyed, he'd be living there right now. Wouldn't be he wouldn't be staying in Britain. He'd be going. Britain isn't a place he feels welcome. Britain isn't a place any of these people feel welcome. The Anglosphere has been the biggest pusher of of Israel's existence. You can go on about America's funding, but money isn't all of it. The colonial basis for that society is the core basis for it, of which Israel was the main conglomerate. Britain was the main organizer of the development of that nation, the Balfour Declaration, and so on and so forth. I'm not thrilled about giving Germany cheap labor. I mean, there's a thing to be seen with this as well. Like, if they were to decide to, if they had something planned, like, I don't know, bringing back factories, especially given China's new imperialist disposition to the first world, they have set themselves up perfectly. They've got all of these desperate people, whether nationals or not, to that nation, who are in the lumpen. Most of them not. Most of them fourth worlders. Um, no, what's it? I'll catch you later. I've got a little work, lad. They've basically built themselves up. There's predominantly fourth world or colonized people, to put that into layman's. Fourth world people, all these lumpen people, that they could just ram into factories. They're desperate. They're desperate for work. They've not had proper work about for ages, and have been flying by from dead end jobs. They could just pull factories in and set them up, minimum wage or fucking next to it, and people will probably go and work them because they've got nothing else to fucking do. And at least it's more engaging than fucking stacking boxes as well. The people will end up slopping it up because of how strangulated the market has been. I was living with a bloke, and when I was in a shared house, who was always having to struggle between being signed on to several different agencies to get his work, because one agency will give you a bit of work for a little time, and then you cut off from work for a bit, get work from another agency for a bit of time, you cut off for a bit, and it's constantly on and off work. Sometimes you'll only ever hear off them all at the same fucking time. And you can't be a cheeky git and accept funny hours from all three of them because you'll lose your benefits, which you need to have when you're working an agency job. You need to have because it basically what it'll do is it'll auto correct itself because the way universal credit works, where you get different money depending on whether you're being paid in an agency work job or not. And that's the majority of a lot of work these days. It's fucking shit. They could easily cram factories about, and Hillary Clinton has already openly come out and said that they need to bring the factories back from China. Hillary Clinton is one of the brainlets of the third wave Democrats. She is going to be at the ear of Joe Biden. Joe Biden and Bill Clinton were the founders of the third wave Democrats. The third way being the third position. Fascism, corporatism, corporatocracy. They set up the world that we are living in now, the post-truth era, as it should be called. Deceit designed. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. And I think that's a perfect way to end this, don't we? As we pass the 4-hour mark. It's good speaking with you on this on a more personal basis than usual, comrades. Spread the word of Arizona. Spread the word of the third world struggles. Spread the word of the pocket of fourth world and lumpen struggles that exist in the first world. That's it. Viva la revolution, comrades. Red salute. I nearly pressed the leave studio instead of the end broadcast thing. I definitely know what I'm doing.